Chapter 574. What am I going to do if you run away? It's not easy for me to find someone to relieve my boredom. How can I just leave like that? I've been here for so many years. I'm so bored, okay. A surge of demonic power gushed out and directly imprisoned Xiao Duo. Don't go. Play with me. When I'm done, I'll stab you to death. Xiao Duo didn't want to play anymore. He didn't want to be stabbed to death even if he didn't play. I'm here to make a fortune from the dead. I don't want to become a dead man. However, no matter how many thoughts he had, he couldn't put them into action. He couldn't move at all. The Centipede Queen imprisoned him for a while and then released him. Xiao Duo felt that he was free. He wanted to escape, but he was imprisoned again as soon as he moved. Xiao Duo was dumbfounded by this series of events. Fuck, what the hell are they trying to do? Is it toying with me? Is it threatening me? Or is it trying to torture me and ravage me? The demonic power was gone again. Xiao Duo moved, and the demonic power came again. It was gone again, and it came again. Xiao Duo was so scared that his guts almost split into 8 pieces. Boss, please let me go. I won't come again. I won't dare to do it again. However, the Centipede Queen obviously didn't hear Xiao's words. Even if it did, it wouldn't let him go. They had different goals. Of course, the strong would be respected. Well, the symbol of the strong being respected was vividly displayed at this moment. The two sides were in a stalemate. Xiao Duo didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the Centipede Queen would attack him. The Centipede Queen was waiting for Xiao Duo to move, and then it would move. After a long time, neither side moved. The Centipede Queen was also anxious, so it demonstrated. A surge of demonic power surrounded Xiao Duo. Then, Xiao Duo realized that his demonic power had taken control of his hand. Then, he grabbed a broken rope beside his hand and stretched it out with a jerky motion. He hooked a ring. Then, he dragged it back. Looking at the ring that suddenly appeared in front of him, Xiao Duo was dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? You're not letting me go because you want to give it to me. Then, he saw that the remaining 40 rings in front of him were all moved away with a whoosh. That's right, it was moved away. He moved more than 100 meters away. It was still a pile. The demonic power that was entangling him also disappeared. The Centipede Queen watched the commotion with anticipation. This rat should understand, right? I've already made it so obvious. Xiao Duo was stunned for a long time. He grabbed the ring that the Centipede Queen had hooked from the rope and looked at it for a long time before he finally understood. Damn it. Does she want me to secretly hook the ring with the silk thread again? Are you playing? It was not that Xiao Duo was not smart, or sensible. At this moment, if it were anyone else, it would be hard for them to guess what the Centipede Queen was thinking. Wasn't this too weird? Xiao Duo wanted to cry but had no tears. I snuck all the way here just to make a toy for you. This was a disguised version of the cat catching the rat. No, it was the cat playing with the rat. After playing with it to its heart's content, it would crush it to death with a slap. At this moment, there was a whooshing sound in the sky. Another 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, rushed to the pile of rings on the ground at the same time. Separated by more than 30 meters, 2 faintly discernible threads were flung out at the same time. This time, the people who attacked had learned their lesson. We won't go down. We'll just sweep past and use the flexible silk to plunder a wave and leave. We'll plunder as much as we can. These 2 people's configuration was much better than Xiao's. They used spiritual silk, which was fine, thin, and extremely flexible. It was an excellent material that could carry 1,000 pounds of weight. However, the two tentacles followed, and they were faster than lightning. Paw paw. The two threads that looked like ordinary threads were cut off. Then, poof poof. The two tentacles stabbed into the abdomen of the two people at the same time. Blood spurted out violently. Then, just like before, the two people returned with the tentacles. Then, with two crisp sounds, 2 more space rings were added to the pile of rings. 40 rings. First, it became 41 rings. After giving one to Swish Duo, it became 40 rings. Now, there were 2 more rings, and it became 42 rings. Swishaoduo's eyes widened when he saw this. Because he was imprisoned by his demonic power again. Not only was he imprisoned, but he also raised his hand and slapped himself twice. The sound was crisp and clear. Of course, it was the Centipede King who slapped him. Little guy, hurry up and start. If you don't start, I'll hit you again. Swishaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. He had to force himself on her and continue his great undertaking of collecting rings. Unfortunately, I have a long-term concern. Even if I prepared a lot of silk threads, after 2 nights and 1 day, I've already used half of them. How long can the rest last? So Swishaoduo held his breath and laid down on the ground. Then, he pretended to be concentrating and sneakily extended a thread. Using his spiritual power, he made the most exquisite microcontrol and extended it towards the pile of rings 100 meters away. The silk thread swam and swam, extending forward bit by bit. Seeing that the fun game had started again, and that the silk thread was more agile than before, the Centipede King was very satisfied. Just like that, it continued like that. Then, it squinted its eyes and curled up its mountain-like body. It put on a lazy look, as if it didn't see anything. A lazy look. As expected, the silk thread caught one of the rings and began to drag it back. Drag. Drag, drag, drag. When it reached a distance of 10 meters. Paw. It broke. The Centipede King howled excitedly to the sky. Just like that, come again, come again. Swishaoduo only felt an indescribable tightness in his chest, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Damn, it's really like that I can fucking hear the excitement and joy in your howl. A whole 4 hours. Swishaoduo tried to steal it, but he was intercepted. In between, it didn't seem like he didn't succeed once. Instead, he succeeded 8 times. However, that was because the Centipede Queen purposely let him get it. It was to give him some benefits. Without benefits, he wouldn't have the motivation to continue. On the other side, people kept coming over, using all kinds of methods, hoping to get a few rings. However, all the people who tried ended up the same, and then contributed a lot of rings to the pile. Swishaoduo felt very strange at this moment, and it was filled with an almost absurd feeling. Originally, there were 40 rings, and he had stolen here and there. Now, he had obtained 9 rings, but the pile of rings didn't decrease, and instead increased by 12. Now, there were 52 rings. This Xiao's pile of rings was like a money tree, constantly multiplying and increasing in value. The Centipede King had been lonely for too long, and it had never played such a fun game. Now, as long as it saw the silk thread, it was completely focused. I can only drag it to a distance of 10 meters. A little less, a little more, even if it's just a centimeter, it'll be my failure. The failed one will naturally be taken away by that little mouse. But it'll be my success if it's cut off at a distance of 10 meters. Then, it gathered 10 rings, and with a whoosh, it moved them all back. Such a cycle was truly filled with joy. He was elated and never tired of it. It was so happy that it never got tired of it. However, Swishaoduo didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt very bad, and he lost control of his negative emotions, which were rare for him to have control of himself. He knew nothing about how the Centipede King played, and all the things he got were the so-called benefits, or even illusory illusions. After all, with the Centipede King's strength, it only needed a thought, and a tentacle to attack, and he would die, and his Tao would disappear. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was shrouded in the shadow of death, didn't notice that a centimeter more or less was a centimeter less. He was really scared out of his wits now, thinking that the other party was deliberately playing with him, and letting him get those rings was just to unlock a few more moves. Zhuo Xiaoduo was trapped here, unable to move, and played the game over and over again, almost like a machine. Although the rewards were getting more and more plentiful, he couldn't move at all. If he made the slightest move, he would be restrained for a moment as a warning. Although there were many people who coveted the Centipede King and the pile of small rings, and many people were risking their lives, there were even more people who were working hard to find Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, the more they searched, the more curious they became. Where is this Zhuo Xiaoduo hiding? Not only were the assassins puzzled by this question, but even Yi Changqing and the others were also puzzled. With that kid's troublemaking personality, how could he be so quiet? He lured 76 people over, and all of a sudden, 76 of them died. How big of a commotion was that? Based on the current situation, at least for now, he should be fine and safe. This was basically confirmed. But where did he hide after that, and even now? How could he hide so well? It's been 3 days, and there's been no movement at all. This is really too surprising. But everyone was sure of one thing, and that was that Zhuo Xiaoduo hadn't left yet. He must still be in this area. This was also confirmed without a doubt. The Starlight Mountain Range, since it was called a mountain range, then it was an entire mountain range with a radius of no less than 10,000 li. Zhuo Xiaoduo could casually hide anywhere, and it would take them half a day to find him. It was actually very normal that they couldn't find him now. Another scream rang out from the same place. Over this period of time, there had been many similar screams coming out from that realm. Another money grubber. Wen Xingtian clicked his tongue twice. It's all Zhuo Xiaoduo's fault. Zhan Xiaofei, Wen, I don't like what you're saying. How can this be Zhuo Xiaoduo's fault? It's obviously those people who targeted Zhuo Xiaoduo for the bounty. Zhuo Xiaoduo set up a trap and sent so many people over to protect himself, and they were all killed by the Centipede King. If it weren't for their greed, would they have ended up in such a miserable state? And those dead people now, weren't they also greedy for money? They wanted to collect the space rings left on the ground by the dead. Star beasts wouldn't use such things, and they don't need them either. They became trash just like that. Those who want to take advantage of them have to try. Chapter 575. I don't know what the Centipede King has done to have such a murderous nature. Those who seek riches can't get it. Instead, they left their rings there. But no matter what, this has nothing to do with Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's just this setup. Up until now, including the 76 people, more than 130 people have died there. Moreover, as long as those rings are there, more and more people will go there, hoping for a fluke. These people who come here, even if they complete the mission, only a few of them will be able to claim the bounty in the end. Even if only one person gets it, the others will have to return empty-handed. But who would be willing to accept this? Now, there are so many unowned space rings here. If you can get a hold of one, you'll have 2 sleeves full of gold. But to get a hold of one, you'll have to gamble with your life. The Centipede King's move is really sharp. It's simply besieging the point to beat the reinforcements, inviting them to fall into the trap. Zhan Xiaofei was very impressed. When Xingtian snorted and said, besieging the point to beat the reinforcements, inviting them to fall into the trap. Zhan Xiaofei, you're just uncultured. You still need to use such elegant words. This is clearly a pile of shit placed there, attracting countless flies to buzz around. Zhang Xiaofei's martial strength was far inferior to Wen Xingtian's. He was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to say anything. A female teacher retched and frowned, saying that it's a piece of fly paper is more elegant than what you said. Teacher Wen, you still have the nerve to say that Zhang Xiaofei is not elegant. But this setup is really good. Without using a single soldier, without any effort, more than 100 people were slaughtered. The level of the rewards is also very high. Other than the hungry ghost of the Huangquan three ghosts, there are also several other god-reigning cultivators. This is really good luck. But speaking of which, with so many space rings in front of them, how many people wouldn't be tempted? These bounty hunters in the pugilistic world, which one of them doesn't love money? Even I. As Wen Xingtian spoke, his voice suddenly became softer and softer, and his face instantly turned pale. Just then, Yi Changqing turned his head and met Wen Xingtian's eyes. Both of them saw the same word in each other's eyes, oh no. When it came to love money, there were not many people who could compare to Zhou Xiaoduo. Others might not know, but how could Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian, who knew Zhou Xiaoduo better than anyone else, not know Zhou Xiaoduo's bad character? This guy was even willing to cheat a few $100s. Now that there was such a huge pile of spatial rings over there, how could he not go and take them? He was willing to leave. What a joke. With so many interspatial rings, even if a rope was tied around Zhou Xiaoduo's neck and 100,000 cows were used to pull him away, he would not leave. However, there was an extremely terrifying centipede king there. Yi Changqing's face turned pale. Even if Yi Changqing went up against that demon king-level centipede, it would be a waste. The two of them finally understood. If Li Chenglong, who knew Zhou Xiaoduo the best, was here, Li Chenglong would be able to react the moment the 76 people were lured over. But now that they understood, it only made them even more terrified and scared. Damn it! Yi Changqing was furious. He pointed at Wen Xingtian and suddenly scolded, "What the hell did you teach?" Wen Xingtian hung his head, feeling extremely wronged. Did I teach him to be like this? This is a secret technique passed down in my family, a stinginess that is integrated into my bloodline. Let's go back and take a look. Yi Changqing made a prompt decision. We can't all go back. Wen Xingtian hurriedly said, if we all go back, so many people will definitely know that we found something and speculate where Zhou Xiaoduo is now. No matter how he is now, his location will be exposed. Yi Changqing thought about it and agreed with him. So, he divided everyone into a few small groups. Everyone, pretend to be searching in different directions. Pay attention, listen to my long whistle. Once you hear it, gather at the centipede immediately. Understood. Groups of people split up and left. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian formed a group and flew toward the centipede anxiously. They knew that the situation had come to an end and thought that Zhou Xiaoduo had left that troublesome place long ago. They had traveled more than 1,000 miles in a short time. If they wanted to rush back now, they would not be able to do it in a short time. Not to mention Yi Wen and Wen Xingtian. Moreover, they could not rush. They had to pretend to be searching anxiously along the way that the two of them flew quickly. Suddenly, they saw a figure in front of them. He laughed and said, "Brother Yi. Long time no see." Yi Changqing didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He and Wen Xingtian whistled through the air and shouted, "Tian Wu Jiang. You dare to follow me? Believe it or not, I will cut you in half." Before he finished speaking, the two of them had already disappeared. Behind them, only Tian Wujiang was left with a pale face. Damn it! You are so arrogant after becoming an official. I just came out to say hello. Look at you, old man. You actually said that you want to kill me. Damn you. You are ruthless. I can't beat you. Then I will go to the other side and search. Tian Wujiang cursed Yi Chongqing in his heart. However, his actions were very honest. He knew very well that Yi Chongqing's heart was burning with anger. If he chased after him, he would really be able to kill him with one sword. Even if he killed him, it would be a waste of effort. Apparently, he didn't care about life or death at all. It was said that there was something wrong with his heart for many years. Normally speaking, he cherished his life even more than most people, and would do his best to avoid fighting. But now that he was out in the Starlight Mountain Range, he had gone all out on multiple occasions. So far, more than 100 people had been killed by Yi Chongqing. The number of people killed was almost comparable to the Centipede King. In other words, the space rings of more than 100 people all belonged to the Martial Hidden Dragon School. Not to mention the enemies killed by the other teachers of the Martial Hidden Dragon School. It could be imagined that the Martial Hidden Dragon School could be said to be the school with the most gains. Saying that it had a huge amount of wealth was modest. If you have this kind of ability, why don't you go rob people instead of being a headmaster? Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian swaggered past. From beginning to end, no one dared to stop them. Those who had the ability to stop them did not want to cause trouble. Those who did not dare to stop them naturally did not dare to stop them. On the contrary, Wen Xingtian was angry. Along the way, when he saw people searching for him, he took out his butcher's sword and went down to kill without caring about anything else. As he went back and forth, he handed over 30 space rings to Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing was not satisfied. Why are there only 30 space rings after killing 50 people? Wen Xingtian almost vomited blood. These are all my personal gains. I am already very selfless to hand over 30 space rings now. Don't I have to leave some money for my retirement? Yi Chongqing expressed, what kind of life do you want to live as a 10,000-year-old single dog? Quickly hand over all of them. Wen Xingtian cursed and handed over another 10 space rings. He refused to hand over the rest no matter what. I still have a class of students. When they graduate, I should give them some souvenirs. In the face of such a murderous star, all the bounty hunters who came basically hid when they saw people from the Hidden Dragon Academy. They had to hide. This group of people killed people on sight. The Hidden Dragon Academy was very poor. Now that they had a chance to blatantly amass wealth, how could they let it go? The moment they charged up, they immediately engaged in battle. There wasn't even a single word of disagreement. But the current situation was here. If they killed you, it would be called suppressing bandits. But if you killed them, it would be a reaction. He was so unreasonable. If Sui Xiao Duo came out, everyone would logically swarm up and kill people from the Hidden Dragon Academy. That would be called doing it because of the bounty. The meaning would be completely different. The name would be completely different. Of course, the consequences would be completely different. Everyone was clear about this point. But the biggest problem now was Sui Xiao Duo did not appear. If the target did not appear, they could not provoke this group of lunatics. Otherwise, they would die in vain, and there would be endless trouble after the other party died. Sui Xiao Duo was making ropes. It was rare that the Centipede Queen was in such a good mood that it was actually willing to give Sui Xiao Duo some leisure time. The more than 100 ropes that he had forcefully convinced himself to make were all gone now. Not a single one was left. Although Sui Xiao Duo had brought out a lot of clothes, even so, he had already started to dismantle the most expensive female clothes. But he did not know what else he could use up if he had already used up the last female clothes. Xiaolong stood by the side, at his wit's end, unable to do anything. It was really just a ball of air without a physical body, so it could not do anything. It could only watch as Xiao Duo was imprisoned by the centipede. The centipede was interested because it felt that it was even more interesting. The main reason was that the threads used now were of different colors. There were many differences in tone. The moment it entered the eyes, it was naturally very different. This line stretched out, wow, a white line. Another, wow, a red line. And another, wow, a yellow line. So interesting, so interesting. Paw. Break. Paw. Break again. So satisfying, roar, roar, roar. During this period, there were still many people rushing down from the sky from time to time, trying to test it with their lives. Unfortunately, the results were regrettable. The centipede had 2 antennae and 1,000 legs. It moved as fast as lightning. No, it was definitely faster than lightning. Puff, puff, puff. Those who dared to act rashly would all stay here. What was there to be surprised about? Seeing that more and more people were tearing, Xiao Duo wanted to cry but had no tears. Now, he had as many as 81 rings in his hands. It was even more than the 76 rings from before. However, the small pile on the ground did not decrease. Instead, it increased to 130 rings. No one would believe him even if he bragged about it. I went there for the 76 rings. Then, after I went there, I stole 36 rings, and there were 40 rings left. But when I stole 70 rings, there were 80 rings left. When I stole 81 rings, there were 130 rings left. People who heard him would probably ask, "Who is your math teacher? Why are you so insensitive to numbers?" Even if it was taught by a physical education teacher, it would not be so unreliable, right? Chapter 576. The centipede was so addicted to playing that he even left the mountain wall he was guarding and focused all of his mental strength on this side. Right now, he was lying in ambush in a large pit not far from the ring. This is too fun. I want to play for a while longer. I want to play to my heart's content. At this moment, another figure rushed down. The wind whistled as he came at an incredible speed. The speed of his movement technique was unprecedentedly fast. The centipede kicked out as usual. With a loud boom, that person roared angrily. His body was sent flying several hundred feet in the air. However, he was the only one alive so far. The only survivor. What was more, the centipede's enormous body also paused for a moment after the collision. This result shocked the centipede queen. Fuck. An expert has come from the side of the ants. Therefore, the next confrontation was a two-legged attack. With another boom, that person was sent flying again. However, this time, he did not land. Instead, he left without looking back. Although the person was powerful, he was still no match for the centipede queen. If he was not careful, he might even fall into the centipede queen's hands. There was still no hope for him to obtain the many space rings underground, so he retreated. However, none of the onlookers knew who this expert was. However, after witnessing such a high-level confrontation, no one dared to act rashly. The scene fell into a temporary silence. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian also secretly came over during this time. After witnessing this short but explosive confrontation, they gained a better understanding of the centipede queen's shocking strength. The two of them did not dare to get too close. They tried their best to stay invisible and turned their bodies into clouds. They stayed close to the ground and floated forward. Finally, they stopped on a small protruding hill. They were about 2,000 meters away, but they did not dare to go any further. At this time, the poisonous mist began to spread again, invading every trace of the air. If they continued to move forward and hid for a long time, there was no need to talk about fighting. Even the poisonous mist would not be able to withstand it and would dissolve after a while. The two of them looked carefully at the cold and damp open ground in front of them. Naturally, he also saw the small mountain of spatial rings at a glance. Hiss! Wen Xingtian gasped. So many! Then, he immediately circulated his energy and consumed a detoxification pill to expel the poison. Just now, he had sucked in a lot of the poison with his breath. It seemed that during this period of time, there were many people who were unwilling to be left out. Both of their expressions became increasingly solemn. Zhuo Xiao Duo must be here. On this point, there was no need to doubt. With so many spatial rings, how could Zhuo Xiao Duo leave? This money grubber. The only difference was what kind of form they existed in. The first one had already turned into a puddle of pus and was left here. The second one was hiding somewhere healthy. Based on their understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo's craftiness, the second possibility was more likely. This brat's desire to amass wealth would never die. Moreover, he was crafty and cunning. How could he fall so easily? The thick fog continued to spread and howl. Gradually, it became denser than when they first arrived. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian focused their eyes and watched attentively. They were afraid that they would miss the slightest bit and be unable to save in time. The other side was still quiet, as if there was nothing. However, about 10 minutes later, Wen Xingtian gritted his teeth. Look over there, next to the pile of rings. Is there something moving? Yi Changqing hurriedly looked over. He saw that under the shiny pile of rings, there was actually a thin red thread. Yes, it was very thin. If the red thread was too bright, even with their eyesight, they might not be able to notice it. Although the red thread was almost undetectable, if one looked carefully, they could still see that it was crawling forward and spreading in an extremely agile manner. Then, it climbed onto the pile of rings. The tip of the thread skillfully hooked onto a ring and then pulled it back. It was already stretched taut, but it was more obvious and distinct. The tied ring was gradually pulled out. It rolled and rolled on the ground silently. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. It was actually pulled out tens of meters in no time. Yi Changqing's face was completely green. If not for the environment, he would have already cursed it out loud. There was probably no other person in the world who could do such a thing apart from Zhuo Xiaoduo. How dare you scrape the land of the King of Hell? This isn't 9 feet higher, this is the 19 levels of hell. Yi Changqing's mind was filled with 100,000 goat-like mythical beasts. This bastard really doesn't know what's good for him. He only cares about money and not his life. He's desperately trying to take advantage of others and would rather die trying to amass wealth. Seriously, seriously. They watched as the ring continued to move. And then, when it reached a certain spot, there was a snap and the thread broke. And so, the ring stopped there. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked over and realized that there were already 8 or 9 rings stopped there. What was this operation? Why did it break? Then, after a short pause, another jade-green thread quietly stretched out. Just when Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian thought that they were going to pull the closest few rings, this thread extended all the way to the largest pile of rings that was the furthest away. What was this operation? Giving up what was near and going for what was far away. Just as he was about to grab another one, he started to drag it back just like before. In the end, it still reached the small pile of rings. Snap. The thread broke again. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were confused. They couldn't understand the ins and outs of this operation. This seemed to be the work of that centipede. But what was this for? Then, they saw the small pile of rings suddenly fly up into the air and fly back to their original positions. They landed on the large pile of rings that was more than 100 meters away. They fell with a crash. Then, a thread sneakily appeared once again and extended all the way to the other side. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing looked at each other, their faces were full of confusion, disbelief, and confusion. The two of them lay there and watched for a full 2 hours. Then, they came to a realization. Is this a game? When Xingtian looked at Yi Changqing with a broken face. Yi Changqing also had a broken face. He nodded with a twisted face. I think so. It should be. What the fuck? When Xingtian couldn't understand at all. There was no need to guess. There was no one else who was playing with Suoxiao Duo. There was only that centipede queen. Suoxiao Duo dragged it over and then the centipede broke it. It dragged it over and broke it again. Then, when the number of rings was almost enough, the centipede queen moved it all back. Then, Suoxiao Duo continued. And so did the centipede. Aren't you fucking bored? We were worried sick, but you were having so much fun playing with the centipede. Suoxiao Duo said with snot and tears, I don't want to play with it. During the 2 hours of dragging, Suoxiao Duo didn't come out empty-handed. He succeeded 3 times. 3 rings were dragged back to his home without being broken. What did that mean? Could it be that the centipede was paying him a salary? But this was something that they couldn't understand. They couldn't understand it. How did you do it? Not to mention when Xingtian and Yi Changqing, even Suoxiao Duo himself was confused and couldn't understand how he did it. How did I do it? Wu sha sha. Don't slaughter sheep. I really don't know. But the biggest problem now is that I can't leave even if I want to. This centipede won't let me go. It's true that I love making money, but I still cherish my life. I didn't want to play for a long time. It's too nerve-wracking. I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. Just when both sides were confused and the centipede was the only one who was having fun. Another 4 people were quietly entering this area. They came from another direction and didn't notice Yi Changqing and the others. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian didn't notice them either. Other than the fact that these 4 people were extremely careful, their cultivation levels were also very high. After the 4 of them came to a certain distance, they quietly lay down and began to discuss telepathically. Boss, is this all the rings? Are we leaving after taking them? Yes. Don't you want Suoxiao's reward? That's a lot of money. One of them smacked his lips. Don't want it. Who would have thought that old man Yi Changqing would come here personally? Now that he's here, we don't have a chance to make a move. Back then, we fought a big battle. The 4 of us worked together for 3 days and 3 nights to trap him in the formation. We barely managed to break his heart. This guy must be very familiar with our attack methods. If we're recognized, we'll be hunted down by the whole country and become the enemy of the whole world. Yes, boss is right. That incident back then was indeed a thorn in our side. There's no other way. Friendship is friendship, duty is duty. As long as we're not recognized, everything else is trivial. Although the reward is good, it's not necessary for us. Yes, our goal now should be this pile of rings in front of us. As long as we take these rings and leave, we'll still have a lot to gain. This trip won't be in vain. But this centipede isn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, it's not a life and death battle. It's just a few rings. This centipede shouldn't be so unforgiving. Don't worry, boss. We'll leave after this. The 4 of them came to a decision, but they didn't act rashly. They waited quietly for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Suoxiao Duo began to make ropes again. There was no rope on the other side. The Centipede King had no choice but to wait. From the first time it lacked rope and started to make ropes, it began to use its divine sense to watch Swishow Duo, the big rat, unraveling a small furry object 7 or 8 meters underground. It pulled out threads bit by bit. The more it watched, the more it felt that the furry object was strange. It could actually pull out so many threads from it. It was such a big bundle. It was really good stuff. This furry thing, I really wanted. The Centipede King's eyes were shining as it concentrated. Chapter 577. Just as the Centipede Queen was fully focused on Swishow Duo, a whistling sound broke through the air again. This time, the sound was shrill and rapid. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air, followed by 3 rays of sword light that rose and flashed. The 3 rays of sword light were so powerful that they instantly turned into 3 golden dragons. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they whizzed towards the giant centipede. When the 3 of them attacked, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Golden Dragon Sword. Enchanting, who was lying on the ground waiting on the other side, almost cried out in surprise. Golden Dragon Sword. It was actually the Golden Dragon Sword. Many years ago, when he went out to do something, he was besieged by these 4 people. At that time, the other party set up a formation in advance and trapped him in the formation. Then, the 4 of them entangled him and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, both sides ended up with both sides suffering great losses. It was also from that time that his heart meridian was severely injured, and his cultivation stopped progressing. Golden Dragon Sword, for Dragon's Locking Heart, Heavenly Pulse Hand, and a palm strike on the Dantian. That time, it could be said that the beginning of the decline of the hidden dragon realm from its peak. All these years, Enchanting had countless dreams in the middle of the night. He would always dream of the 4 golden dragons rolling up and down in the formation, and the sword light rushing left and right in the fierce battle. And that sudden palm strike that suppressed the Dantian and shook the heart meridian. He clearly saw the palm strike. The fingers were white and slender. If he only looked at the fingers, he would almost think that it was a woman's delicate hand. The palm of that hand was very thick and very wide. On the outer edge of the little finger, there was a black dot. That was the nightmare that Enchanting hated. Now, he actually met it here. When enemies meet, they will see red. For a moment, Enchanting's breathing became rapid, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. If he did not suppress his anger, he would have fought. "What's wrong, boss?" Wen Xingtian sensed Enchanting's abnormality and immediately transmitted his voice. Back then, it was these 4 people who besieged me. Enchanting gritted his teeth and said word by word, as if his heart was about to bleed, "I won't be wrong. It's this Golden Dragon Sword. It was after that battle that my heart was damaged. So it's these 4 people." Wen Xingtian's gaze instantly turned into a sharp sword. His battle intent surged, and his desire to fight was not any weaker than Enchanting's. There's only 3 of them. There should be 1 more hiding in the dark, waiting to act. Their target should be that pile of space rings as well. With their strength, they are indeed the group with the highest chance of success. Enchanting said, "Let's not be in a hurry to make a move. Let's let them fight with the centipede for a while. Let's see how far they can go with the Centipede Queen and what kind of wishful thinking the person in hiding is planning." Understood. Wen Xingtian slowly gripped the hilt of the butcher's sword and said indifferently, "This time, we can't let these 4 bastards escape no matter what." Enchanting said indifferently, "Do you still see the crux of the matter? They should be thinking of leaving by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to snatch these rings. They must have seen me before and feared my existence, so they didn't dare to reveal their identities. Now that they're taking the risk to make a move, it's true that they want to make a move. It's also because we left in such a large scale previously that they thought we were far away and wouldn't see them take action this time. However, they didn't expect that there's heavens will in the unseen world. The heavens also want us to see who our enemy is and present us with the opportunity to end this feud. Now, what we need to do the most is to see their faces clearly. Knowing who they are is enough. Selfishly, I even hope that they can escape unscathed from the Centipede Queen. If they die here, it'll be too easy for them. In the sky, 3 dragons circled around as sword lights and sword auras soared into the sky. The 3 of them were in the air as they fought against the enormous Centipede Queen. Although the 3 of them possessed astonishing strength, they were still suppressed by the Centipede Queen. 3 peak returnants profound realm experts working together, and with their minds linked, they're still not a match for the Centipede Queen. When Xingtian said solemnly, "It seems that this Centipede Queen is at least at the Skysoar realm." Previously, it was holding back and didn't use its true strength at all. No wonder it's able to control its strength to such an extent. It's truly impressive. Skysoar realm. I'm afraid it's not just that. Yi Chongqing said, "My cultivation has been stagnant for so many years. However, these 3 have improved by too much. When the 3 of them work together, their strength has already surpassed the Skysoar realm. Furthermore, it's beyond the Skysoar realm in the ordinary sense. As for this Centipede Queen, it still hasn't used its full strength. Most of its attention is still focused elsewhere. Even if the 3 of them work together, they still won't be able to pose a threat to it." Yi Chongqing said word by word, "Star beasts that have reached the king realm are relatively rare existences on the continent. However, each of them possesses extremely terrifying innate abilities. The 4 of them aren't here to kill the Centipede Queen, but purely to snatch the ring and leave after making a fortune." When Xingtian's eyes revealed a hint of shock. He really didn't expect that a mere Centipede Queen could be so powerful. "Don't be unconvinced. How many years have you cultivated?" Yi Chongqing said, "As for this Centipede Queen, it's at least a 10,000-year-old monster." "How old are you?" When Xingtian was immediately dumbfounded. For a long time, he didn't know how to answer. If this old man were to be placed outside, during the ancient times when the dynasties were contending for hegemony, he alone would be able to watch the rise and fall of 3 or 4 long-lived dynasties with a single glance. Yet now, he's actually being asked how old he is. Fuck. This is simply unreasonable. It's as if you're much older than me. Yes, you are indeed much older than me. Why don't you be the boss? You have the final say. I can't be bothered with you. Half of the Centipede Queen's body was coiled up on the ground, while the other half was propped up in the air. Its 300 to 400 legs were like 300 to 400 long whips and sharp swords, brandishing them in different directions and in different trajectories. They were disorderly and orderly, without the slightest bit of uneasiness or disorder. As for the 2 tentacles that were several hundred meters long, they didn't move at all. The poisonous fog that surged in its mouth was also just a normal breathing pattern. It didn't have any intention of erupting. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds caused by the continuous battle were earth-shattering, and earth-shattering. Another long roar was heard. Sword chi suddenly rang out rapidly. The 3 of them shouted at the same time. 3 golden dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails, rushing straight into the sky. Then, they circled in the air for a while, converging to form an even bigger and more majestic golden dragon, majestically descending. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and destroy the earth. The moment it was about to fall from 1,000 feet in the air, with a loud boom, the sword chi suddenly exploded. The Centipede Queen let out a strange roar. Its entire body suddenly stood upright, its huge body twisting and turning in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Countless streaks of sword chi fell on the centipede queen's legs and body. In this round of confrontation, a total of 7 to 8 centipede queen's legs crashed to the ground, all of them cut off by the sword chi. The centipede queen roared into the sky, its entire body trembling. At this moment, it was actually the first to be injured. It was angry. Despicable ants. At this delicate moment, a ghostly figure quietly flashed and appeared in the open space. It swept across 2,000 meters at lightning speed, reaching out its hand and grabbing at the pile of rings on the ground. Squeak! The centipede queen let out a strange, evil cry. Its body suddenly spun, and puff, 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 puff. 8 heads suddenly appeared. This was the centipede queen's true form, its true form. 9-headed centipede. One of the heads had 300 legs, 2 long feelers, and blocked the fourth person's path. When it opened its mouth, an unprecedentedly dense, almost solid, poisonous fog was spat out. At the same time, 2 extremely bright lights suddenly flashed in its eyes. With a loud boom, the fourth person who suddenly appeared grunted, and his entire body directly dissipated, leaving behind a mouthful of blood in the air. Enchanting's gaze turned cold. He recognized that the person who suddenly appeared just now had used the blood essence substitution technique. It was an extremely obscure secret technique, using a mouthful of blood essence to create a substitute. When one was in danger, they could substitute for death. It could be said to be a very practical secret technique. It was obvious that the person had long been on guard against the centipede queen's full strength. His entire body shot straight into the sky like a faint mist, and then charged diagonally for 2,000 meters. However, on the ground, a golden dragon formed by awe-inspiring sword chi shook its head and wagged its tail as it met the centipede queen. Puff! One of the centipede queen's legs was chopped off by the golden dragon sword. It fell with a loud boom, and coincidentally, it smashed into the small pile of spatial rings. The centipede queen became more and more furious. It had never imagined that it would be injured by the opponent after revealing its true form. It was simply a great humiliation. 9 heads, 9 halves of 9 bodies, split into 9 directions, and attacked wildly. The golden dragon sword whistled continuously, and still did not retreat, and attacked head-on. For a moment, the fight between the two sides was exceptionally dazzling and brilliant. The centipede queen let out a shrill cry, and directly pulled up the remaining half of its body from the ground, forcefully blocking the golden dragon sword, and madly attacking. The ghostly figure suddenly condensed in the air, and rushed down like a flickering light, and reached out his hand to grab. He had already seen the location of the pile of space rings and was confident that he would not make any mistakes. However, this determined grab of his had grabbed empty air. He grabbed a handful of soil and came up. The figure was instantly astonished. Where are the rings? The ground was empty. The pile of rings was gone. Not only were the 130 rings gone, even the broken centipede queen's legs that were 17 to 18 meters long had disappeared. It had disappeared into thin air, without a trace. At this moment, the figure was completely dumbfounded. The centipede queen was there, and it was impossible to take it away. His 3 brothers were fighting, and it was impossible for them to come over. There was no one else at the scene. The pile of rings was still sparkling just a moment ago. But now, where did they go? This big hole in the ground. What exactly was going on? Requesting votes, monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 578. Smack. Just as the figure was in a daze for a moment, a long tentacle seemed to break through the void as it viciously whipped the figure's back. The person screamed as his clothes were torn apart. The mask on his face suddenly shattered under the great force, revealing a thin face. Although this person had a high cultivation and practiced the secret technique of blood essence substitute, it was only a substitute. Moreover, it had been shattered before. How could it not be affected? Now that the ring was gone, he was shocked when he should not have been shocked and hesitant. He did not dodge the furious attack of the Centipede Queen. He was severely injured in one move. The man's face was distorted and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. In just a few seconds, many parts of his body had begun to turn green. Obviously, not only was he seriously injured, he was also poisoned. The centipede's tentacle contained an unusually strong poison. When it whipped the body, it tore open the skin and flesh. It was even more violent than the poisonous fog it spat out. Although the man immediately chewed the antidote, there were no signs of the poison spreading. He could only vomit blood while his figure flashed madly to avoid the attacks. He shouted, "Go!" His body flashed and disappeared into thin air. Then, he was already high up in the sky. The Centipede Queen's attacks were like mountains and seas, but they all missed. It was obvious how strong he was. "Want to go?" Just as when Xingtian was about to rush out, he realized that Yi Changqing had not moved at all. He was just lying there in a daze. His face was filled with disappointment, and the anger from before was nowhere to be seen. "Should we chase?" "Let's go." When Xingtian said anxiously, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity. The four of them are seriously injured and poisoned. This is the best time to deal with them. Don't be soft-hearted. This kind of opportunity will not come again. Don't chase." Yi Changqing's mind cleared and he quickly recovered. He said in a low voice, "Our main purpose is to protect Suoxiao Duo. Even if we can take advantage of their perilous state and kill them in a big battle, only one of us can come back alive in the face of their dying counterattack. As for the one that came back, he's probably on his last breath. Without the two of us, we won't be able to protect Xiao Duo." The strange expression on Yi Changqing's face still hadn't disappeared. He said, "Since we already know the identities of the four of them, this matter will be easy to handle. It won't be that troublesome." "Who are they?" Wen Xingtian asked in surprise. "It's the four swords of the way of the king." Yi Changqing's face was filled with an indescribable sense of loss, pain, and sadness. "Four swords of the way of the king." Wen Xingtian was shocked. "It's them. Aren't they? The four consecrators of the king of the Central Plains." Yi Changqing nodded silently. How could it be them? Could it be that this incident back then actually had something to do with the king of the Central Plains? Wen Xingtian's eyes widened in shock. "If I remember correctly, these four people and you seem to be." Wen Xingtian hurriedly shut his mouth, but the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. Yi Changqing's expression became even more gloomy. These four people were quite close to him. In recent years, they had often interacted with each other. Moreover, they had been concerned about his injuries many times and had searched for the best quality jade of astral souls for him many times. However, Yi Changqing had never imagined that these four old friends who seemed to be wholeheartedly treating his injuries were actually the culprits who had caused his serious injuries back then. Yi Changqing sighed softly. "Do you still remember that old Qing said that he had tracked someone to the king of the Central Plains mansion, but the king of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and indiscriminately slashed him with his sword?" Wen Xingtian took a deep breath. "I understand now. I understand everything now. Everything has been linked together. The king of the Central Plains mansion," Yi Changqing said solemnly, "behind this matter. There are too many implications. We have to take the long view. This is really not something that we can decide on a whim. We have to be careful and hit the nail on the head." Otherwise, we'd rather not do anything. At this moment, the battle in the air became even more intense. The centipede had completely lost control of its emotions. Poisonous fog sprayed out like sharp swords and claws, spreading without limit. Just now, this person's doppelganger attracted its attention and the real body suddenly went down to grab it. It was so unexpected that it couldn't stop him. The most direct result of this was that all my toys were snatched away. Moreover, even the little mouse below was scared away. The centipede queen was furious. This bastard deserved to die. He even snatched away one of my broken legs. This is too much. Do you think I'm so easy to bully? You 4 human ants must die. Oh. The centipede queen's anger had reached its peak. I've waited here for thousands of years and finally found something to play with. I was having fun, but it was ruined by you ants. Damned ants. The centipede queen was now using all its ultimate moves. Its 9 heads were extremely flamboyant, its 3,000 legs were sharp swords in the air, and its 18 tentacles were attacking in all directions. Its huge body was half cloud and half mist. Want to leave? How could it be so easy? As the 9 heads appeared, they sprayed out poisonous fog at the same time. Whether it was the quantity or quality of the poisonous fog, it soared rapidly. The 18 eyes on the 9 heads flickered. Every time they lit up, there would be 2 bright beams of light shooting out. These 2 beams of light were the centipede queen's natural magical powers. Once it hit one's body directly, one's physical body would melt immediately. There was no luck. The reason why it didn't use it previously was that once it closed its eyes, it would immediately lose its sight and consume a considerable amount of demonic essence. Of course, this was because the centipede queen's natural magical powers had yet to be fully awakened. It didn't want to use it casually. But at this moment, the furious centipede queen used all its extreme moves and all the moves it shouldn't use. It wanted to kill these 4 ants as soon as possible and avenge the hatred in its heart. Dang, dang, dang. The 4 swords of the way of the monarch went from resisting the centipede's attacks to dodging pathetically. At the beginning, the 4 swords of the way of the monarch were forcefully clashing against the centipede's attacks. But now, the 4 swords of the way of the monarch were forced to dodge pathetically. Not to mention that the centipede queen was now in a state of desperation. Every attack was powerful and heavy, and it used all its strength. And the 4 people on the opposite side, in addition to fighting the enemy, they also had to protect their heart meridians and expel the poison. How could they last for long? Now, they were already in a sorry state. Right at this moment, the leader of the 4 roared, "Golden Dragon, return to your positions. After one move, retreat immediately as one." The 4 of them roared at the same time and rushed into the air. The centipede queen chased closely and directly chased after them. At the beginning of the battle, Zhuo Duo, who was underground, was dizzy from the aftermath of the impact and almost fainted. But this change also made Zhuo Duo realize that this was an opportunity. The ultimate goal of the people above was undoubtedly the ring. But in this aspect, no one could possibly have a bigger advantage than me, right? I have been here with Brother Centipede for 3 days and 4 nights. There is affection, friendship, and passion between us. I believe that if Brother Centipede could choose for himself, he would be more willing to give it to me than to you. In order to show his closeness to the centipede queen, Zhuo Duo even changed the way he addressed the centipede queen and called it Brother Centipede. Although this was what he thought, Zhuo Duo still did not dare to act rashly. This was a matter of life and death. He had to be cautious, no matter how cautious he was. That's my life at stake. Until the moment when the hidden enemy attacked for the first time, Zhuo Duo immediately knew that the opportunity had come. He went all out at the speed of lightning and dug the hole dozens of meters forward in an instant. This position was about 20 meters below the pile of rings. Then, he returned to the state of silence and motionlessness. As expected, he did not succeed on the first try. This was a triple failure. Not only did Xiaoduo predict that it would not succeed, but the Centipede Queen was also sure that the enemy would not succeed. After breaking the enemy's attack, the hidden enemy also predicted that he would not succeed. His action was originally to pave the way for the second attack after using the secret technique of blood essence substitute. Xiaoduo continued to wait patiently for the right opportunity to come. The second opportunity came as expected. The figure suddenly appeared and attacked again. The wind howled and shook the void. At this moment, Xiaoduo immediately attacked, causing the entire ground around the target to collapse. Together with the dozens of cubic meters of soil, the 130 space rings on it, and the 17 to 18 meter long centipede leg that had coincidentally fallen, they were all absorbed by Xiaoduo into the Tower of Annihilation. At the same time, Xiaoduo's body suddenly plummeted downwards. He had already dug a few thousand meters deep hole, but now he was falling downwards at a rapid speed. However, in the midst of the fierce battle and the crazy howling, this little change was almost silent and undetectable by anyone. Moreover, the big hand that fell from the sky carried with it an indomitable force. As a result, the hand that fell from the sky and the centipede saw that the ground immediately caved in when the hand fell. This hand completely had the power to make the ground collapse. The Centipede Queen was furious. This guy who fell from the sky actually took away my toy and one of my legs. How abominable. Then, the Centipede Queen went crazy, lost control, and went on a rampage. Ah! I'm so angry. Only the Shadow, the last person from the 4 swords of the Way of the King, knew in his heart that he didn't get anything. The others, whether it was Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, the Centipede Queen, or even the other 3 people from the 4 swords of the Way of the King, all knew clearly that it was him who took away the ring and the centipede leg. He was the one who benefited the most. Xiaoduo quickly moved underground and left this troublesome place as fast as he could. This time, he was really satisfied. The experts of the Earth realm were all waiting for him. With his small arms and legs, he didn't want to get involved. As for the remaining broken centipede legs, sigh, what a pity. But I'll give them to you. I don't want them anymore. Xiaoduo felt somewhat regretful. There were so many broken centipede legs. These were the legs of a demon king. How much were they worth? But I decided that I didn't want it. No one else can be as decisive as me. Chapter 579. Xiaoduo, who was out of danger, was in an extremely good mood. Long, let me tell you, perseverance will bring you rewards. For example, I persevered for 3 days and 4 nights this time. What's the final result? Originally, I only wanted the first 76 rings, but what about now? A total of 211 space rings. This is more than just 2 sleeves of gold, this is 2 sleeves of gold. Xiaoduo was in an extremely good mood. He couldn't help bragging and bragging. A big bowl of expired and poisonous chicken soup was fed to Xiaolong in an instant. Not to mention the centipede's leg. Xiaoduo laughed and showed off to Xiaolong. What do you think? Do you like it? Is it perfect? Xiaolong pretended not to hear him. Why are you so excited? Show off, my ass. Why are you showing off in front of me? I don't have any interest in these things, okay? The only thing that can interest me is Didi. Long, do you think it's possible for both sides to suffer in the end? Xiaoduo's imagination was running wild. If we turn back and take the rings of these 4 people, then cut the giant centipede into pieces and bring it back to eat. Of course, we can also dig up the dragon soul ginseng on the way. That would be the real perfection, right? Xiaoduo's eyes were full of sparkling light. Xiaolong said, "Boss, you'd better go back to the tower and sleep. It's not good to be too full of yourself. It's easy to blow up." He secretly rolled his eyes. "You'll have everything if you sleep. Suffer in the end. You're dreaming." These people might be able to cause a certain degree of damage to the centipede, but to say that both sides would suffer in the end. Xiaolong thought that he was thinking too much. At this moment, Xiaolong's heart was full of contempt and disdain. If you really think so, then why are you running? And you don't even look back when you run. What happened to the friendship you said with Brother Centipede just now? Bah, it's all an excuse to accumulate wealth. However, half of Xiaoduo's fantasy came true. He had imagined that both sides would suffer great losses, and then he would reap the benefits. However, the reality was that one side had suffered a crushing defeat. The four swords of the Way of the Monarchs and the others executed their strongest attacks, intending to create an opening. Then, the four of them simultaneously executed man and sword as one, converging in one place. Together, they executed a joint attack technique. Riding on their swords, they soared into the sky, retreating unscathed. However, just as the sword was about to take shape and soar into the sky, the angered centipede also soared into the sky. It was as fast as lightning, and its 9 heads spat out ink like poisonous water. A large area of poisonous water engulfed the combined 4 swords of the path of the monarch. The dazzling imperial sword instantly turned into Briquette imperial sword. At the same time, the centipede king let out a loud roar. Its 4 legs and 4 claws slammed into the sphere of light. Mournful screams shook the sky at the same time. It was the 4 swords of the path of the monarchs who were screaming, but it was also the centipede king who was screaming. Because the 4 legs that it had extended into the sphere of light had been crushed at the same time as it had heavily injured the other party. In the end, the 4 swords converged and attacked together. Although it was only a single attack, it was equivalent to the strength of the 4 people being multiplied by 4 times, resulting in the most extreme explosive power. This power had already surpassed the limit that the centipede queen could withstand. Although it heavily injured the 4 people, it also lost 4 of its claws. However, the 4 swords of the path of the monarchs were even worse. Half of the centipede's claws were hanging on each of their bodies. The front part of the claws had already penetrated deep into their bodies. The venom that could melt gold and iron was wreaking havoc in their bodies. The 4 of them screamed, but they didn't dare to stay for a moment. Borrowing the remaining momentum of the converging swords, they hurriedly flew away and disappeared in a flash. This result could be considered to have achieved their original intention. However, the price was extremely huge. For a moment, blood rain poured down from the sky. Most of the blood rain flowed out from the wounds of the centipede king's 4 broken legs. Below, wherever the blood dripped, that place would be corroded into a cloud of smoke. This was enough to show the intensity of the poison. It was a shocking sight. The centipede king fell to the ground. For some reason, the wounds immediately stopped bleeding. Then, after a few minutes, swoosh swoosh swoosh, the broken legs grew out from the body again, as if they were never injured. However, the centipede king's heavy breathing also showed that all of this was not without a price. Its huge body crouched down again, and slowly crawled over to the place where the more than 100 rings had originally been. Looking at this big hole, the centipede king reluctantly stuck its head out to take a look. It was indeed gone. It was indeed taken away by that hateful bastard. The centipede king shook its head sadly. It crawled forward a bit more, and crawled to the place where the little mouse was making the rope. It stuck its head out to take a look, and the little mouse was indeed gone. Sigh, such a fun little toy, and it was gone in such a short time. What a disappointment. How good would it be if I could play with it for another 8 to 10 days? There are still so many positions that I haven't tried yet. Sigh, how lonely. The Centipede King desolately crawled back to the mountain wall again, and leaned against the mountain wall, looking very sad. It was not easy to find something fun to play with. Later on, I will carefully touch it to see if it has gone far. But now, I definitely can't go. Inside the mountain wall, the dragon soul ginseng was about to be cooked. It was not until the Centipede King completely stopped and went to the other side that Enchanting and Wenxingtian finally let out a sigh of relief. It was so close. Wenxingtian grimaced in pain. If I had gone out with Enchanting then, I would have been dead by now, right? My space ring would also have fallen into that pile. The 4 swords of the Way of the King have been badly injured this time. They have less than 10% of their strength left. Enchanting said lightly, our main goal is to find Suoxiao Duo. But if we find the 4 swords of the Way of the King, we can also kill them directly. He said word by word, they already have the poison of the heavenly centipede in their bodies. They won't dare to ride their swords for a long time. They will definitely find a secret place to get rid of the poison in the shortest amount of time. If there is a slight delay, these 4 people will explode with the poison and die without a complete corpse. The Centipede King's final attack has destined that the 4 of them will not be able to return to Fenghide directly. After being seriously injured, they won't have the strength and time to do so. Suoxiao Duo must have left this time. With the help of this battle, he has been completely liberated. Wenxingtian said, I reckon that it was this miser who wanted to steal the ring, but was restrained by the Centipede King and didn't let him go. Looking at the situation just now, it was clearly the Centipede King who was playing with Suoxiao Duo. This kid's luck is really hard to match. He can even escape unscathed like this. I have to admit. When he said this sentence, even Wenxingtian himself felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of idiot could come up with this inference? But this inference seems to be coming from me. A monster king caught Suoxiao Duo and made him play with it in all kinds of positions. What kind of idiot is this? However, it was obvious that he was not the only idiot now. Enchanting also nodded repeatedly, yes. After the final battle, the Centipede King even crawled over to take a look. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't want to hurt him, it would have directly clawed him out. It actually had feelings for him after playing with him. But after taking a look, the Centipede King left. Its attitude was very lonely. Obviously, that kid is no longer there. With that kid's brain, he would be a real idiot if he still waited in the same place with such a heaven-sent opportunity. Let's go. Let's also retreat. Pay attention to the search along the way and see where this kid went. Enchanting said angrily, I gave him so many things, but other than using landmines, he didn't use anything else. I really want to. His expression was ferocious. If Suoxiao Duo was next to him, he would at least beat him until his face swelled up. He was so angry. According to the original tunnel. Maybe he went that way. Wenxingtian and Enchanting searched along the way. The direction they went almost coincided with the original tunnel that Suoxiao Duo had dug. But why did Suoxiao Duo always take the same old path? This lazy guy who did not take the usual path had already turned halfway. Now, he did not even know where he went or where he was. Suoxiao Duo kept moving forward, but he had a goal in mind. His target was the location of the soul-tempering cinnabar fruit that Xiao Long had found earlier. Since he had found it, of course, he had to dig it out first. He had to dig it out first to be safe. However, there was no hurry. He was really a little weak now. Suoxiao Duo casually placed the space-destroying pagoda and immediately went in. It had to be said that after 3 days and 4 nights of playing the game of fishing rings with the centipede, Swishaoduo's control of true spirit had improved greatly. Every time, he was fully focused and only used a little bit of the thin line to hook a ring more than 100 meters away. This required a lot of true spirit, and it was also very meticulous and small. If a little bit was not in place, it would be impossible to hook it up. And Swishaoduo had done this process thousands of times. Even with Swishaoduo's Dantian spiritual chi storage, it had already been squandered away by him. At this moment, he was running out of true spirit. He held the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and kept replenishing it. Until now, the energy of the dragon blood flying dagger had been completely absorbed by him. I need to recharge it again. Swishaoduo was disappointed. With the improvement of his cultivation, the energy storage of the dragon blood flying dagger was getting less and less effective. It was really useless. If Chief Nan knew about his thoughts, he would probably be slapped. Other people could use it all the way to the God-reigning realm. It was a rare item. Why is it that the embryonic breathing realm is not enough for you? If you are so capable, why don't you go to heaven? Bah, you are a freak. What does it have to do with the dragon blood flying dagger? Moreover, the energy storage of a flying dagger was only depleted after you absorbed it for 3 days and 3 nights. You still have the nerve to say that it is not enough. Why are you so arrogant? What else do you want? Chapter 580. Of course, Swishaoduo didn't want to do anything. To him, 3 days and 3 nights was nothing. It would be great if the dragon blood flying dagger could be used for 8 to 10 years. Of course, it would be even better if it could be used for 100 to 80 years. Well, as long as one was human, they would think twice. A certain someone was even greedier than ordinary people. It was reasonable for him to be so shameless. It wasn't strange at all. Now, in the entire Starry Mountain range, there was probably only one person who wasn't anxious. And that was Swishaoduo. There were thousands of people outside. Each one of them was burning with anxiety, their eyes wide open. Where did Swishaoduo go? Where did he go? Previously, many people had noticed the earth-shattering battle in Centipede Valley. They had seen it from afar. But very few people went to watch the battle. A battle of that level wasn't something that ordinary people could watch. A battle of life and death between such experts wasn't something that outsiders were usually allowed to watch. Watch the battle. What do you want to do? Do you want to see our trump cards, or do you want to take advantage of us? Once something like this happened, most of the time, both sides would work together to kill the bystanders first. As long as they were discovered, it was almost inevitable. Therefore, watching the battle was basically impossible. Well, just like Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian, they had arrived early by chance and were able to watch the battle without being discovered by either side. This was an unexpected coincidence that was extremely difficult to replicate. Moreover, the others also understood another thing. The goal of the two sides wasn't Swishaoduo. One side was for the pile of spatial rings and to make a fortune. On the other hand, they wanted to prevent the other side from getting the spatial rings. They also wanted to add the spatial rings of these 4 people to the pile. But Swishaoduo had nothing to do with either side. With Swishaoduo's shallow ability, how could he get involved in such an extreme battle? Since their goals weren't in conflict, why risk their lives to watch the battle? When the battle came to an end, there were still people who went over, thinking about the spatial rings from before. However, they all returned in disappointment. There was not a single spatial ring left. They should have been taken away by that group of super experts just now. In fact, these people should be rejoicing. If the rings were still there, then their lives would be left here as well. In the beginning, there were 76 spatial rings, but Duo ended up with 211. In other words, out of the original 76 rings, he had caught another 135 scapegoats. What a frightening ratio. These 135 people had died so unjustly, so easily. It took Duo 2 hours to fully recover his cultivation. As usual, he first absorbed the heat emitted by the heart of the ardent sun in his space. Then, he used the high-grade spiritual jade to cultivate and recover. After he had fully recovered, Duo could faintly feel that his own yuan qi seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. This did not seem to be a change, but his control over his own yuan qi had become smoother. Could it be that the interaction with this centipede was equivalent to training me? If I want to improve my control in the future, should I look for this centipede again? This thought only flashed through Duo's mind for a moment. Then, he immediately suppressed it. Again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't do it again. This was simply playing with the Grim Reaper. If he was not careful, he would die. No, if the other party was unhappy, he would lose his life. It would be an extreme way to die without a complete corpse and without leaving a trace. Looking at the long centipede leg in the space again, Duo could not help but feel his teeth ache. It was as thick as a watermelon. Even the thinnest part was as thick as his buttocks. It was covered with dense black fur. Just by placing such a leg here, he could actually feel a monstrous demonic aura. However, Duo was thinking. Long, do you think this thing is delicious? Duo asked. Long sweated. Was it delicious? This was the leg of a demon king. How could it not be delicious? But this thing was poisonous. It was highly toxic. It was so toxic that it was almost tangible. How are you going to eat it? How do you get rid of the poison? The meat is not poisonous. In fact, it's definitely very nutritious. It's just that the outer skin and the black fur are all poisonous. But this is very hard. Xiaolong was halfway through his sentence. He wisely stopped and did not continue. Hard. That was for others. However, for Duo, it was not a problem at all. This guy was fully equipped with divine artifacts. It was a top-notch equipment configuration. The so-called hard part was really not a problem for him. Let's grill it first. Duo smiled and placed the centipede leg near the heart of the sun. With a look of satisfaction, he said, with this thing by my side, it's like bringing a convenient oven with me. Grilling is the most convenient. Grilling. Xiaolong could only sigh. Comparisons were odious. Look at Duo. He used the unique void-extinguishing pagoda that could accelerate the flow of time to store things. There was even a heart of the ardent sun inside to be used as a barbecue tool, and the ingredient was the leg of a star beast king. One could imagine that after eating this leg, his chi of true core strength would definitely experience another surge. As for the 222 interspatial rings that Duo had seized, they were all placed neatly in 10 rows near the heart of the sun by Duo. It was a spectacular sight. This number is really fucking impressive. Duo was very dissatisfied. It would have been fine if it was 233. Why did you have to give me 222? I really want to throw one away. Although he said that, he would definitely not throw it away. Not to mention 22222, even if it was 22,222, Duo would at most say, am I that stupid? But he would definitely not throw one away. Duo was not in a hurry to check the spoils of war inside. Firstly, there was no need. They were all his now. What was there to be anxious about? Secondly, the owners of these rings were all top experts. Even if they were all dead now, the divine consciousness attached to the rings had not completely dissipated. After all, these were rings that had recognized their owners. It would not be strange if they treated them with more care and care. If Suo forcefully dispelled them now, he might have to expend a lot of spiritual energy. Moreover, with his current divine consciousness, he definitely could not dispel all of them. Moreover, there will definitely be new additions. No rush, no rush. If he placed it next to the heart of the sun and grilled it now, even if he could not get rid of the divine consciousness, it would slowly dissipate over time. Suo sincerely expressed that he was not in a hurry. He was prepared to check again in 10 days. Of course, he would not be idle during these 10 days. I have to strive to increase the number of interspatial rings to 1,000. 500 is a number that I can barely accept. After a while, Suo, who felt that even his physical strength had recovered, carefully exited the space-destroying tower and walked forward sneakily. Xiaolong went back and forth to check the current situation. Suo tiptoed behind him. The two brothers were in cahoots and cooperated very well. Under Xiaolong's investigation, Suo encountered two teams of high-level infant transformation bounty hunters. After Xiaolong made sure that there was no one around, Suo took out his training hammer and hammered wildly. He successfully obtained 7 interspatial rings. 229. Waha. Yes, he also obtained 4 drops of fate points. He rewarded Xiaolong with 1 drop on the spot. Xiaolong almost wanted to prostrate himself on the ground and call him brother. He was so excited, so grateful. Of course, after eating it, he felt so good. Along the way, he quickly approached the area where the soul-tempering vermilion fruit was. The soul-tempering vermilion fruit was the key to Vice Principal Lu's recovery. In this area, there seemed to be more meteors falling. The pieces were piled up and almost formed a mountain. Suo felt that there were quite a few pieces that were in good shape. They should be able to produce high-quality astral soul's jade. But at this time, he did not have the time to dig them up. He did not even have the time to cut them with his sword. He simply swallowed them whole and stored them in his interspatial ring. He could use them to open a shop for his father when he returned. Now that I, Suo, am a high-level cultivator, I don't need them. But when I visit home, I will fill up a shop for my father. Seeing that there was no one around, Suo used the same trick again. He directly dug out a piece of land under a big tree. Then he quickly drilled down. The Flaming Sun Sutra burned a hole in the ground and restored the ground. In short, he was very familiar with the way. Using the same trick, he dug all the way down. It had to be said that after going through Centipede Valley, Suo's cultivation, control, spiritual sense sensitivity, and even digging skills had improved a lot. Now, digging all the way down was simply too easy. Xiaolong promptly reminded him, "Boss, the soul-tempering vermilion fruit is not a low-level heavenly treasure. Logically speaking, this kind of heavenly treasure should have a guardian spirit beast. Although we haven't found any clues yet, it's better to be careful." Suo was shocked. What? A guardian spirit beast? Perhaps the shadow of the Centipede Queen was too strong. He instinctively thought in his heart, it can't be at the level of a demon king, right? It's unlikely to be at the level of a demon king. It's very strange. Why can't I find a guardian spirit beast? Xiaolong was very puzzled by this. It was impossible that there was no guardian spirit beast. But now, there was no guardian spirit beast. No matter how he investigated, there was no guardian spirit beast. This was very strange. Just as Xiaolong was puzzled, he suddenly felt a faint movement underground. It's coming. Duo spread out his divine sense and was immediately shocked. He saw a huge creature slowly swimming towards him underground. Although he could only see it roughly, the spirit beast was at least 10 meters long. Although it was moving underground, it was like a snake moving on the surface. It moved quickly and without any obstruction. What is this thing? Xiaolong was also amazed. My God, boss, there's actually such a huge earthworm in this world. No wonder I didn't find it. Earthworm. Duo was shocked, but this time it was a different kind of shock. This trip had really opened his eyes. Chapter 581. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. Duo was amazed. What a fucking eye-opener. First, he saw a centipede that was hundreds of meters long. But it was a monster king, so it was reasonable for it to have a huge body. But now, he saw an earthworm that was more than 30 meters long. How dare an earthworm be more than 30 meters long? It doesn't matter how big the earthworm is. Xiaolong said, this thing doesn't have much fighting power. As long as we use the Flaming Sun Sutra, we can roast it to death. Xiaolong's face was full of disgust and disdain. How could there be such a disgusting thing in the world? I was wondering why it was swimming so leisurely underground. It was eating and pooping at the same time. It swallowed all the soil in front of it, and as it crawled, it kept excreting from its tail. Blurg. It was so disgusting. The giant earthworm wriggled its way over. Its body was huge, but in terms of fighting power, there was nothing to see. It was just a big body, and it was puffy. Duo didn't expect that the Flaming Sun Sutra would burn its head off as soon as he used it. Its whole body automatically broke into 70 or 80 pieces, and it fled in 70 or 80 different directions, fleeing for its life. With a splash, the entire underground was filled with puddles of water. Was this the result of burning its head? Duo was stunned. Is this a ferocious beast that guards the treasure of heaven and earth? Duo tilted his head and looked at Xiaolong. He saw that Xiaolong was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this guy to be so weak. Even if it was an earthworm, it was still an earthworm that was dozens of meters long. How could it disappear after a touch? What kind of explanation was this? What's this? Duo picked up a shiny round stone from the ground. Duo suddenly thought, is this an inner core? No. Xiaolong came over to take a look, but he couldn't recognize it. He said, this thing. I've never seen it before. The energy on it is very strange, but if I'm not wrong, it should be this thing that caused this earthworm to grow so abnormally. But it seems to only grow its head, not its strength. It doesn't seem to be of any use. Duo also felt that the bead contained a mysterious energy. However, now was not the time to think about this. He casually stuffed it into his spatial ring and decided to ask Wen Xingtian or Grandma Shi when he got back. Then, he continued to dig down. Since the earthworm had returned in such a hurry, it meant that the soul-tempering vermilion fruit was about to arrive. Sure enough, after digging for less than 10 meters, they found a pitch-black object. It looked like a fruit that was growing in the soil. However, there seemed to be a layer of black smoke surrounding the fruit, isolating it from the soil. He gently rubbed it. It was as if there were stars twinkling in the dark night. Even though it was underground, this kind of twinkling was still eye-catching. It's really good stuff. Duo praised. Looking at it closely, he found that the fruit was connected to a fruit branch that seemed to be flowing with starlight. Duo directly dug a huge hole and isolated the entire soul-tempering vermilion fruit. Then, he broke the soil bit by bit. After a long while, it was finally separated completely. One tree with 9 branches. On each branch, there was a fruit. There were 9 fruits in total. However, the trunk of this soul-tempering vermilion fruit was already very thick. It was almost as thick as Swashowdwa's calf. It was unknown how old it was. It seems that this soul-tempering fruit tree has already borne fruit several times. Xiaolong was also surprised. But there's plenty of energy here. It's not unusual for it to bear fruit several times. Moreover, this fruit will mature after it bears fruit. If it's not eaten, it will fall on the tree roots and become nutrients. Not a single bit will be wasted. Also, I think that earthworm's body is so huge that it must have eaten it once. Xiaolong frowned and said, it must have eaten it once. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the ability to split into 70 or 80 pieces and escape. This life-saving skill is quite impressive. Xiaoduo curiously asked, well, isn't the ability to split the earthworm's innate ability? It has something to do with this fruit. Does this fruit have any other uses besides healing divine soul injuries? Xiaolong said, the earthworm's innate ability can't split so much. And the soul-tempering vermilion fruit's ability to heal injuries is only one of its functions. If a completely healthy person eats it, in addition to strengthening the divine soul, it also has the ability to split the soul. In other words, it can split one soul into several completely independent individuals. Xiaoduo was confused. What do you mean? Let's put it this way. Xiaolong thought for a long time before giving an example. For example, when you go out this time, there will be great danger. But you've eaten this soul-tempering vermilion fruit before, so you can prepare in advance. You can endure a certain amount of pain and split an identical soul in advance. When you go to a safe place. If the original body and the split are fine, they can return to merge. But if the original body's soul is destroyed outside, then the split soul can choose a carrier and continue to live. Its own memories and whatnot will not be lost. Of course, only memories and experience can be preserved. Cultivation can't be preserved, and it needs to be restarted. I understand. Xiaoduo nodded in realization. What you're talking about is called possession over here, Xiaoduo said as if he was an expert. No. Xiaolong said seriously, the soul-tempering vermilion fruit's split soul state is fundamentally different from possession. Because if a person's physical body is not completely dead, his soul and body have a close and inseparable connection. If you force your way in at this time, you will only be devoured. The soul and body are one, how can you possess it? So you can only wait until the target dies, which is when the soul completely dissipates, before another person can take advantage of the gap. As long as there's a little bit of remnant, it won't succeed. So this method also has a great risk. Xiaolong said, but just the fact that it can provide a chance to start over is very valuable. Some people call this fruit the reincarnation fruit, thinking that it can only grow in another world, but it's not. Because there's no need for reincarnation at all. It had to be said that Xiaolong was very knowledgeable when it came to these heaven and earth treasures. In this aspect, even Li Chenglong was not as good as him. It was probably because as a consciousness form, it wandered back and forth in these places every day, so it was naturally very familiar with these things. It was just that it was called differently by humans, but it had its own absolutely correct understanding. But Xiaoduo was not worried about this. The more he heard about this thing, the more he felt reluctant to part with it. Isn't it a pity to leave this tree here after we pluck the fruit? It's a waste of God's gift. Xiaoduo looked at Xiaolong eagerly. In the Tower of Annihilation, in our space, can we raise this tree? Xiaolong calculated and said, with the current progress of the Tower of Annihilation, it can barely keep it alive. Burying it in the new dragon vein in our space can ensure its survival. But if we want it to continue growing and bear fruit in the future, we'll have to move at least 10 earth veins in. Also, the powder you made, boss, will need a lot more, 300 to 500 times more than what we have now. Only then can it possibly grow. Xiao Duo was relieved. As long as it can live, there's a way. Then I'll transplant this fruit tree completely. The jade powder of astral souls is not valuable, and after accumulating for a long time, not to mention 300 to 500 times, even 3,000 to 5,000 times more would not be a problem. Xiaolong nodded. Since you're confident, boss, then do as you wish. What Xiao Duo did not see was that the corners of Xiaolong's mouth curled up slightly. That was a very secret happy expression. Boss, the more heavenly treasures you move in, the better the quality of the earth vein we gather. The better the earth vein, the faster my growth will be. That was great. Xiaolong felt very good. Not everyone could follow such a stingy, greedy boss who wanted everything. But if one's own people were greedy and coveted other people's things, it was also a good thing. Why not pack everything in one's own home? Take this fruit tree for example. If it had followed a gentleman, it might have been left here to wait for the fated person or something like that. Look, it followed Zhuo so easily, uprooting it directly. That was the style of a stingy person like him. He watched as Xiao Duo carefully put away the 9 fruits and used 9 boxes carved from the jade powder of astral souls to store the fruits. Then, he uprooted the fruit tree along with a huge lump of soil that weighed a few thousand kilograms and put it into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he dug a hole in the earth vein and buried the soul-quenching fruit tree in it. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. There was no obstruction at all. And he did it happily. As he worked, he asked humbly, Long, is there anything taboo in our earth vein that cannot be planted? Xiaolong thought for a while and said, in theory, anything can be planted. We just need to separate the heavenly treasures that are completely incompatible with each other from a sufficient distance. That's good. When Xiao Duo heard this, he became even more excited. Boss, there seems to be a terrain advantage here. There are gentle slopes on both sides, so there are a lot of meteors falling here. Many of those that fall on the slopes also roll down here. The energy is very abundant. This is the main reason why the soul-quenching fruit can grow here. Xiaolong said, so, there must be a lot of good stuff in the meteorites above. Xiaoduo's eyes lit up and said, I thought of this a long time ago. So, starting from the bottom, he put every piece he found into the space ring or directly into the Tower of Annihilation. Anyway, the space was big enough. Soon, this place was empty. And more than 100 meters below the soul-quenching fruit, a piece of meteorite that was several square meters in size was put into the Tower of Annihilation by Xiao Duo. Boom. Unsurprisingly, there was a collapse. From the surface of the earth, a bottomless pit was formed. In an instant, the mountains on both sides also began to press in this direction, slowly forming a landslide. Finally, with a rumble, it filled in. Xiao Duo knew that this was bad. He hurriedly dug out from the ground and left. Damn it, I just dug out a few stones, and you actually caused a landslide. Why didn't you think about it? It was not a big valley in the first place. He dug out tens of thousands of big stones from below. It would be strange if it didn't collapse. Xiao Duo left quickly. And in a hidden corner not far from here, the 4 swords of the Way of the King were covered in wounds. Many parts of their bodies were completely unrecognizable. The centipede's poison had spread all over their bodies. They were beginning to turn into pus. Those parts could only be cut off. The 4 of them had all cut themselves into pieces, and only then did they manage to preserve their lives. Although they were struggling at death's door, with their profound cultivation, as long as they could catch their breath, they would naturally be able to recover quickly. After they left the battle, they found a hidden valley. Coincidentally, there was enough energy here. So, they hurriedly rushed down. Just like Swish Duo, they dug out a huge hole in the ground. The four of them hid inside to heal their wounds. It was just that they didn't dig very deep. At most, it was only about 10 meters deep. To these experienced people, this was the most normal and ordinary operation. From the outside, it couldn't be seen at all. But just as the four of them took out medicine and antidotes to consume, and began to wash their bodies with all kinds of spirit liquids, the medicine and poison were resisting, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. With a crash, the mountains on both sides directly collapsed. The four of them were at a critical moment. They couldn't move at all. Instantly, they were buried alive. The hole collapsed instantly. Countless huge stones rumbled down like rolling drums. The four of them didn't know what was going on. They dizzily went all the way down. When they reached a certain depth, suddenly, there seemed to be nothing below. It was as if they were completely weightless as they fell down. There's actually such a huge hole below. These four experienced people were all dumbfounded. They fell all the way down. Then, boom, boom, boom. They were all smashed until they were dizzy. If they were still in their peak condition, they would naturally be able to withstand the collapse of the mountain and fly out. But it was a pity that not only were they not in their peak condition, they were also at a critical moment of healing. A mouthful of vital energy was resisting the poison. They couldn't use it. It was practically the lowest point of their lives. So much so that the four Guetian level super experts were all smashed by the mountain rocks until their noses were bruised and their heads were bleeding. And the most terrible thing was the poison that the four of them were forcing out. Under such circumstances, a moment of distraction caused the poison to rush back. Some of it even attacked the heart meridians. The four of them were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. This time, they were really unlucky. Originally, the four of them had gone to find trouble with the centipede, wanting to make a fortune. They only went because they had enough antidotes on them. They had also made sufficient preparations. They had calculated that no matter what, their lives would not be in danger. But who would have thought that the mountain would collapse while they were in the middle of healing and forcing out the poison? This chapter costs 4,000 yuan. 4 updates today. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 582. This was simply completely unexpected. Now the poison was flowing backwards, and the antidote pills were gone. Of course they had the normal antidote pills, but how could they prepare so many of these high-quality pills? They could only force it out. But was the poison of a king-level demon beast so easy to force out? They were buried alive and couldn't move for a while. At least, they couldn't move before the poison was forced out. The four of them felt as if they had eaten shit. They were speechless. But there was no other way. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how angry they were, they had to force out the poison first. Feeling as if their heads were being smashed by a huge rock, the four of them were extremely sullen. Since when did they have to endure this? What a bastard! It was a pity that Swish Duo had left early. Otherwise, they could have taken advantage of this situation. Of course, with Master Zhuo's current small body, he would have died without a doubt if this kind of returnance level expert fought back before death. It was hard to say who was the lucky one. But this side of the mountain had collapsed. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of some people. Swish Duo is over there. Someone's eyes lit up. Immediately, many people moved towards this side. Those who came early had already stepped into the rubble, carefully searching around. Some people had already found something strange. There seems to be a tunnel here. Someone dug a tunnel. Dig down and see. Swa Xiao Duo is hiding down there. Dig quickly. Immediately, dozens of people started working at the same time. They were on guard against others while digging crazily. Huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms were thrown out one after another. The 4 people below had a face of fuck. This time, they were unlucky to the extreme. The 4 of them couldn't move here, and there were hundreds of people happily digging up a hole that it could be imagined that no matter who dug them up, they would do the same thing, behead them, take their space rings and leave. No one would care who they were, and no one would care. For this group of desperados, they had no scruples. What to do? At most a minute, they would be able to dig it out. Activate the life spirit protection. The leader sighed, his face full of desolation. The 4 brothers all had a miserable look on their faces. If he activated the protection of his fate soul and used his origin energy, he might be able to survive this time, but from then on, his cultivation would not improve at all. Furthermore, the worst part was that after activating his life spirit protection and using his origin energy, he had no power to suppress the centipede queen's poison at that moment. It would definitely invade his internal organs and heart meridians. From then on, the poison would accompany the 4 of them for life. He would spend the rest of his life in detoxification. He would live one day at a time until he died. It was all the same. Moreover, the lifespan would inevitably be greatly reduced. For example, a person who was originally able to live for 1,000 years would only have 300 years to live after such an operation. And this was the most optimistic scenario. However, if he didn't activate it, he would die here in a minute. The 4 of them could feel something called fate at work. Back then, when he was dealing with Yi Changqing, he had caused Yi Changqing's old and new injuries to erupt at the same time. Yi Changqing's origin was already damaged, so he couldn't make any progress. After that battle, he was hit by the heavenly pulse palm. He had spent the rest of his life in detoxification of the heavenly pulse palm. Until now, there was nothing he could do. Now, the 4 of them would actually become like Yi Changqing. Moreover, it was much more serious than Yi Changqing's. The 4 of them looked desolate. Could this be retribution? There were already voices above their heads. Soon. It's getting looser. Is there water coming out from below? With so many people working, there's already a hole below. Of course, it's getting looser as it dries. I'll just do it a little more. You do it a little more. Quick, put in more effort, it's almost out. It's almost out. It's out. The group of people worked in full swing. Their faces were full of excitement as they watched the hole being dug open. Everyone was almost instantly orgasmic. It was at this moment that an extremely sullen roar came from below. All the people who were working felt dazzled as golden light flashed. 4 golden dragons rushed out from the ground. Sword light flashed, covering the sky in an instant. There were screams. More than a dozen people couldn't dodge in time and were killed on the spot. There were also many people who lost their arms and legs. The 4 golden dragons flashed in the air, leaving behind a sentence full of resentment. This hatred, this revenge, this life. With a boom, they disappeared impatiently. They had to find a new place to heal their injuries and cure the poison. The poison had already entered their heart meridians. The 4 of them were gloomy in their hearts. In the end, they still came to this step. But, what was going on? Who was the one who framed them? But they were still confused. Which bastard caused a landslide at such a short time? I'm really a fucking ancestor. The four swords of the Way of the King were so depressed at this moment that they were about to go crazy. Xiao Duo didn't know what was going on over there at all. After he caused the landslide, he had already slipped away. The commotion was too big. He had to leave. If everyone came over, Master Zhuo wouldn't be able to handle it. As for whether there was anyone down there, Xiao Duo didn't even consider. He just acted according to the situation. At this moment, he had already moved to the other side. This time, he put on makeup in a grand manner. He wore a white wig and walked out with a hunched body. At first glance, he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Along the way, he walked a few hundred miles, and it was still peaceful. Although there were battles within these few hundred miles, the reason for these few battles was that there were people who bullied the old man and wanted to take advantage of him. However, how many of those good-for-nothings who bullied the old man were capable of doing so? Xiao Duo, who was taken advantage of in turn, gained another 6 space rings. 135 rings. It was wonderful. It was a pity that in order to hide his identity, he couldn't read people's faces. Therefore, he didn't receive any luck points. It was a pity. Although he had put on makeup, Xiao Duo knew what was going on in his heart. His cultivation foundation couldn't be hidden from others. As long as someone paid attention to his cultivation, they would be able to recognize him instantly. Among a group of high-ranking practitioners, he, a small fry in the embryonic breathing realm, was as dazzling as a lamp. However, he definitely couldn't go back to the Centipede Valley behind him. There were high-ranking practitioners on his left and right sides. Moreover, the other side had just collapsed because of him. Now, he could only take the risk and leave this place first. Now, everyone was paying attention to the tunnel. If he continued to dig the tunnel, not only would it be strenuous, but it would also be easy for people to block his nest. Xiao Duo naturally had to change his strategy. Adapt to the situation and be full of possibilities. The most dangerous place is the safest place. When everyone doesn't expect me to go to the surface, I will swagger on the surface. This is called the art of war. Do you understand, Long Long? Xiao Duo was a little self-satisfied. He felt as if he had become the military advisor of a generation. Xiao Long rolled his eyes. He really didn't have the energy to complain. With your art of war. It was purely from being chased like a rabbit. Xiao Duo calculated. As long as he went over the mountain in front of him and continued forward, he would be in the territory of the Tiger King and the Snake King. Now, only there were fewer talents over there. It was because of this reason that Xiao Duo did what he did. With a whoosh, he went over the mountain. He ran all the way and directly used the Tianyuan escape to rush into the neighboring territory of the Tiger King. Although it was said to be the territory of the Tiger King, it was actually a few hundred miles away from the real territory of the Tiger King. This was considered a blank area where the Tiger King and the Snake King's power overlapped. Safe. Unlike Yi Changqing and the rest who were anxious to find Xiao Duo and protect him, Xiao Duo had never thought of meeting up with Yi Changqing and the rest. He felt that he couldn't go back now. How many missions had he completed to find the medicine? The scheduled month-long mission was less than 10 days. At most, it would be a week. How could he go back now? Another more important reason was that in such a situation where danger lurked everywhere, Xiao Duo could clearly feel that his divine senses and mental strength were growing rapidly, becoming more sensitive and sharper. There were even some dangers that he could sense with his eyes closed, that there was danger ahead and that he needed to avoid them. This point was confirmed by the little dragon's investigation in the front. It repeatedly proved that his spiritual sense was not wrong. Moreover, this kind of spiritual sense judgment was improving every moment. For example, when Xiao Long reported that there was an expert 2,000 meters ahead. Usually, when Xiaolong reported, Sui Xiaoduo would have already vaguely sensed the danger and stopped in his tracks. For ordinary people, this was called intuition towards danger. However, for practitioners, it was called spiritual perception. This was a wonderful ability. Some people might not even use it once in their entire life. Even if they did use it, they might not be able to react to it afterwards. However, in the Jianghu, where life and death were at stake, it had many uses and benefits. Moreover, there was another reason. Sui Xiaoduo was not stupid. He knew very well that everything that was happening now was a trap. A trap set up with him as the medium. Sui Xiaoduo was not sure whether the trap had succeeded or not. Speaking of returning safely, it was actually not that difficult. As long as he could find Yi Changqing or Wen Xingtian, or even Zhang Xiaofei, he could hide in the Tower of Annihilation and let the two of them bring the tower back. Everything would be okay. Currently, in the entire continent, there were only a few towers of annihilation that could store living things. These towers of annihilation were all in the hands of important people in the continent of astral souls. The people in the outside world who knew about this thing were very few. Ordinary people would not even think about it. As long as Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, or even any of the teachers of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy kept the Tower of Annihilation in their arms, who would dare to search the headmaster's body? Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian did not think of this method at the moment. It was just that they had neglected it in their anxiety. However, Sui Xiaoduo, who was afraid of death, had already thought of a way out. Sui Xiaoduo felt that if this game was over, there should at least be someone to inform him, right? Chapter 583. Sui Xiaoduo had a feeling. The person who set this up should let him know the whole story. As the person directly involved, he had the right to know the ins and outs of this matter. You can't just use me, right? Leave me aside after using me. Wait for the next time. That didn't make sense. Up until now, no one had come to inform him, which meant that the matter was not over yet. Since it was not over yet, how could he go back? What if he ruined this plan? With so many reasons, of course, he would take this opportunity to dig up more spiritual herbs, get more good stuff, and at the same time, snatch more space rings. It was beneficial to others, especially him. People of the martial world had their own awareness, especially these bounty hunters. Everyone was a lone ranger. Even if they had their own small organization, the number of people in a small organization was at most a few dozen, and the smallest was usually only 2 or 3 people. They only cared about money, treasures, and missions. As for the others, they knew who they were. Now, everyone was swarming into the Starlight Mountain Range. At first, they were fighting on their own, quietly searching for information about the target mission. However, after searching for a few days, there was still no news, and there was no progress. Some people started to become impatient. Or perhaps, the incident with the Centipede Queen gave them another kind of inspiration. They couldn't catch Sui Xiaoduo, but could they not catch others? As long as they snatched a few space rings back, there should be something to gain, right? They had traveled thousands and tens of thousands of miles. If they were to return empty-handed, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? They would even lose their manpower. It was precisely because of this mentality that the bounty hunters slowly started to have conflicts. These people were all ruthless. As long as there was a conflict, as long as there were no deaths and no blood was spilled, they would not stop. There were even a few lone bandits who had started to act wantonly and kill. There were even some Hidden Dragon High School students who formed a gang. Under the leadership of Principal Yi Changqing and head of the Martial Arts Department Wen Xingtian, they used the pretense of protecting the students and searching for them to loot and plunder without restraint. Encountering an expert, even if they were on par with each other, the hidden dragon martial artists would have the advantage in numbers. They could have surrounded him and won the battle. However, Enchanting immediately led his men to turn around and did not fight with them. As for those who weren't as strong as them, they would swarm them and beat them to the ground, snatch their spatial rings, and leave. Other than those who were extremely vicious, they would kill them in passing and let the rest go. When he encountered some people whose names he knew, they were neither good nor evil. They even performed the process of cracking the spatial rings on the spot, then sold the items inside and returned the spatial rings to the other party. This kind of intelligent operation made people gasp. They came and went like the wind. They were too fast. Enchanting led one team while Wenxingtian led the other. They split into two groups. On the surface, they were plundering, but in reality, they were searching for Zhuo Duo. In the entire Starlight Mountain range, there were fights, disputes, and massacres almost everywhere. Especially Wenxingtian's team. There were two great killers, Wenxingtian and Zhang Xiaofei, in the team. They directly left a trail of blood as they pushed forward like a bulldozer. The idea of forcibly searching was Wenxingtian's. He was also the first to act. Now it seems that Zhuo Duo isn't very dangerous. This kid is very clever. It won't be easy to catch him or even kill him. Even if his strength is low, his luck is high. Those who come to search for him will be the ones who are killed if they aren't careful. When Enchanting heard this, he thought of the Centipede Valley incident and couldn't help but agree. Therefore, he listened to Wenxingtian's suggestion patiently. Our Hidden Dragon High School has been relying on the martial arts department's funds and supplies for all these years. To be honest, we're really poor. We can't even afford a piece of top-grade jade of astral souls. We don't even dare to ask for a high price. Why don't we take this opportunity to rob the rich and help the poor? Rob the rich of the bounty hunters and help the poor of our Hidden Dragon High School. We'll become rich overnight today. It had to be said that Wenxingtian was worthy of being the director of the martial arts department of Hidden Dragon High School. He could even say something like robbing the rich and helping the poor. Moreover, he said it with conviction, look at these people. Is the wealth in their pockets easy to come by? 99% of it is ill-gotten wealth. If we take it and use it on the students. In Zhuo's words, we're indirectly helping to reduce their sins. This is doing good to others, being merciful. Enchanting felt that this sentence made a lot of sense, even if it was a twisted logic. Then it's not impossible for us to do this. Anyway, this time, we came with the standpoint of being enemies with everyone else. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight. This part is indeed unavoidable. It's just a matter of time before we find Zhuo Duo. Why don't we bring this process forward and increase our power and reduce the number of enemies? That's how it is. Boss is wise. But remember, we're not robbers. We're just venting our anger at them for chasing and killing our students. This is the crux of the matter. You need to understand. Enchanting said earnestly, we're teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. We're not robbers. We weren't in the past, we aren't now, and we definitely won't be in the future. We must pay close attention to this issue of reputation. Wenxingtian said, boss, to be honest, it's not easy to establish a monument to your reputation. Enchanting stared blankly for a moment. After thinking about it, he realized that Wenxingtian was scolding him. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Scram! All right. Thus, the curtains were lifted on a crazy, righteous plan. Remember, when you're doing things, you must remember that our main mission is to find Zhuo Duo and protect Zhuo's safety. Wenxingtian, if you delay this important matter, I'll skin you alive when we get back. That's my student. I'm more concerned about him than you are. You should worry about yourself. Don't be blinded by a little bit of money. Thus, the plundering journey of Hidden Dragon High School began. It was completely out of character. They directly plundered with bloodshot eyes. The most organized and disciplined group of people had made such a decision. In such a chaotic environment, what kind of destructive power would it produce? This was something that even Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian did not think of when they decided to do this. They were originally experts who had retired from the army. Organizational discipline and obedience were engraved in their bones. Now that they were suddenly mobilized, it was equivalent to a special force of the army. Suddenly. Cough, there was no way to say it. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just stepped into the intersection area of the two kings' territories when he was stunned on the spot. Fuck. Am I walking right into a trap? In this area, there were actually two groups of people who were resting in a confrontation. Yes, they were resting while confronting each other. The two groups of people, one group of 7 people, and the other group of 6 people, each occupied an area. It was like the boundary between the Chu River and the Han River, and the well water did not interfere with the river water. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a closer look and realized that both sides were riddled with injuries and looked exceptionally miserable. Although they were on guard against each other, no one rushed to make the first move. Obviously, they were trying to buy time to heal their injuries, recover their vitality, and recover their qi. Both sides were on guard as they tended to their wounds and recuperated their cultivation base. It was at this extremely delicate moment that with a sudden whoosh, a little old man with white hair and a hunched figure appeared at the edge of the field. The sudden arrival of the person gave rise to a strange feeling in both groups. Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt strange. Why didn't I send such a group of people in advance? This shouldn't be. The most important thing was that Xiaolong had investigated before. Why didn't he report anything? Could it be that these people were all experts? When he thought of this, his heart immediately rose to his throat. Previously, the Centipede King's ridiculously high and unimaginable strength was deeply imprinted in Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart. He really did not want to experience the feeling of helplessness in the face of a super strong person and the feeling of being toyed with by the other party's poses a second time. What's more, if they were to fight against him, there was a 99% chance that they would not play around with him, but directly kill him. How could he be lucky? Regarding this result and this reality, Xiaolong was even more confused than Zhuo Xiaoduo. He had clearly seen this place a few minutes ago, and there was clearly no one here. Where did these two groups come from? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was habitually paying attention to everyone's movements and details as a bystander, intentionally or otherwise, saw one of the people who seemed to be the leader quietly put something into his space ring. Immediately, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly felt the aura of this group of people, and this strange feeling made him frown. Boss, the one with the scar on his face has something good on him. Xiaolong moved closer to Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear and said, that seems to be a piece of void transformation stone. As long as you carry it with you, even if you are next to someone else, you won't be able to sense them without looking. This is probably why I didn't notice them, and why your spiritual sense did not sense them. Void transformation stone. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes immediately lit up like a light bulb. Although he had never heard of it. Although it was the first time he had heard of it. But since Xiaolong said it was something good, then it was really something good. But these guys in front of him seemed to have a high cultivation level. Potato, mingle, and sneak. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned as soon as Scar opened his mouth. This damn local accent. It seems to be a bit serious. Why can't I understand a single word? I thought it was some kind of Jianghu slang. But there were a total of 13 people, and they were all looking at him with burning eyes. Of course, the 6 people on the other side were also a little confused. This Scar seemed to be asking questions. But why can't I understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Duo bent his body, his white hair trembling, and his face humble. He took out a bottle of wine from his ring and said, Allah, old nine, are you angry? Scar said angrily, I'm asking you, what do you do, and where do you want to go? Old man, are you trying to play dirty with me? Duo. Damn it, if you know how to talk, why don't you say it properly? Are you trying to play me? Have you seen Duo? Duo smiled and said, we can cooperate and share the fat meat that is Duo. Chapter 584. Duo felt that the threat these guys gave him was not very serious. At least, they did not give him the feeling of having his heart tightly clenched. Did that mean the situation was under control? 13 divine thoughts simultaneously searched Duo's body from top to bottom. Suddenly, Dao Ba saw Duo's eyes moving back and forth between his chest and the ring. He suddenly shouted and attacked. His body rushed forward and slashed at Duo's head. His left hand formed into an eagle's claw and combined with the momentum of the blade, he attacked from both sides. At the same time, he shouted, kill this bastard first, then settle the grudge between us. Duo was stunned. Was the situation outside already so chaotic? Killing without a word. Killing without mercy. Wasn't the main purpose of this trip to catch Duo? Wasn't cooperation the priority? Didn't you see how well the 76 people cooperated before? I also wanted to kill him, but before I could do anything, you attacked first. This was not logical. But it was also good. From a premeditated murder to a justifiable self-defense, he had more reason to kill. With a muffled sound, a hammer appeared out of thin air, and fiercely smashed on the attacking broadsword. The broadsword was completely unable to resist and was sent flying. Scar's other claw was still the same as before. Without any tricks, he grabbed the surface of the hammer with irresistible force. Suddenly, his 5 fingers were broken and dripping with blood. There was no other way. The hammer was too big, and the opponent's momentum was too strong and too fast. There was no way to turn around. With the sudden appearance of the hammer, Scar could not even see Duo's entire body. At the right time, Duo held 2 training hammers in his hands. This hammer smashed the saber away and crippled one of his arms, while the other hammer smashed into Dao Ba's chest like it was capable of destroying mountains and breaking mountains. He cursed, fuck, with such shallow strength, you dare to act all high and mighty in front of me? Why don't you ascend to the heavens with your slanderous words and your preaching? With just one hammer, he had already smashed Scarface's sternum into powder. The dragon blood-flying dagger flew out as he wished. With a slash of his will, he had already cut off Scarface's finger and snatched the spatial ring. There was a void transformation stone in this ring, so it must not be smashed. The key was to get it as soon as possible. Scar flew back. His eyes were filled with despair and shock. As he flew backward, his eyes were finally filled with darkness. My surname is Ren, and my name is Ren Zhonglong. Since I was young, I believed that I was a dragon among men. That's because when I was born with a scar on the left side of my face. This was a mark left behind by the heavens. The heavens were afraid of losing me, the main character of this world, so they purposely left me a scar. Although the real reason was that on the day I was born, my mother couldn't open up her seams, so she had no choice but to perform a C-section. However, during the operation, a huge meteorite suddenly fell and the entire hospital shook. At that time, I was still in my mother's stomach, so the doctor's scalpel stabbed into my delicate little face. But this was the will of the heavens. Why did such a huge rock only fall when I was born? Moreover, that rock just so happened to be unscathed, and I was the only one who got stabbed in my mother's stomach because of the vibration. This was the will of the heavens. Because I was the main character. When I grew up and became more sensible, I was even more convinced that I was the main character. Because the huge rock that caused the entire city to shake had fallen in my house. It smashed through the protective shield, which was very strange. And it just so happened to fall in my house, which was even more strange. Although that rock had caused our family to go bankrupt, although that rock had been studied by many people and was useless, my father had found many people to help him move it to the side of the courtyard. It became a fake mountain. But ever since I became more sensible, I knew that this rock was definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? Especially when I went to school, learned how to read, and started to read online novels. After reading a book by an especially handsome author, Wind Conquers the World, I was even more certain that I was the main character. Yes. The main character of that book was cultivating in his mother's womb, and I was the same. I got stabbed in my mother's womb. His name was Ling Tian, and my name was Ren Zhonglong. My surname was Ren, and I was of the middle class. My father was uncultured, not a martial artist, and had no aptitude. But he gave me this name. This was also the will of the heavens. It must be. So, I was the main character. Since I was the main character, I must have a cheat. But where was my cheat? After I awakened the astral souls and could cultivate, I was even more certain that I was the main character. Because my family was very poor, and my aptitude was very poor. Was there anyone more obvious than me as the main character? This was obviously the story of a loser turning the tables and marrying a Miss Perfect. But my cheat hadn't arrived yet. However, perhaps the heavens have already sent me my golden finger. Yes, it's that stone. It was too coincidental. On the day I was born, it fell in my house's courtyard. Our middle-class family was smashed into pieces, my father was unable to recover from the setback, and my childhood became difficult. This was the treatment of a main character. God was about to give me a great responsibility. So, I started to study this rock. I borrowed a lot of tools and started to decompose this rock. Before this, many people had studied it. It was a useless rock, but I felt that it was useful. In order to decompose this rock, I spent 2 whole years and used up all the tools. Because decomposing this rock required strength, my cultivation was actually faster than usual. This must be the training that my cheat gave me. Piece by piece, I ground off this huge rock and threw it away. Finally, on that day, I felt the softness of the rock. Yes, can you believe the softness of a rock? I believe. Because I saw it. After I used all kinds of methods to break this rock for 2 years, this rock became only the size of a basketball. Moreover, when I touched it with my hands, it felt very delicate, like the texture of a beautiful jade. I started to grind it in, and it became very soft. Very easily, it opened. And, like a watermelon, I broke it open. At that moment, I didn't even see what was inside, but I was very sure that my cheat had arrived. My path to becoming the main character had finally begun. My path of a loser turning the tables had finally begun. I was about to start acting cool, smacking faces, and roaming the world. Sure enough, there was a rock inside. When I touched this rock, my heart immediately calmed down. The cheat had been properly received. I was indeed the main character. Then, I started to study this rock. Then, I realized that this rock, no, it should be my cheat. It didn't seem to be very useful, it only perfectly concealed my aura. During class, I was clearly in the classroom, but as long as I didn't speak, all the teachers and students wouldn't notice my existence. They would even forget about me. So I put the stone away. I already knew what it could be used for. Concealment. Although I didn't know what level of concealment it could reach, with it, I could have anything. My family was poor. From the time I got this rock, I started to try. I first stole money from the neighbors, followed them home, and then watched them put the money away. Then, I made a move and took it away. No one noticed. Then, I stole from many people. No one ever noticed me. Then, I went to the supermarket, to the store, whatever I liked, I took it and left. No one noticed me. Then, I started to go to the pharmacy, the pill pharmacy, the cultivation goods store, whatever I liked, I took it and left. No one noticed me. My cultivation started to increase rapidly. This was normal, I was the main character. I was Rin Zhonglong, a dragon among men. Then, I went to the Astral Souls Jade store, to the bank. Everywhere I went, there was no obstruction. No one noticed me. I was that awesome. When I was 18, I broke through to the innate realm. My cultivation speed wasn't very fast, but it caught up with the speed of the majority. When I was 22, I reached the embryonic breathing realm, then I started to do missions. I realized that I had this characteristic, I should be an assassin. I was successful in every endeavor. I completed many missions that others couldn't. When I was in the embryonic breathing realm, I could assassinate a primordial elixir realm practitioner, and one at the peak of the primordial elixir realm. There were no accidents at all. I just walked behind him and slashed his neck. If I couldn't kill him, I would keep my knife and stand aside. He wouldn't notice me. When the time was right, I would slash again. When I was 28, I was already a primordial elixir grandmaster. I married our campus belle, but I was very disappointed. I had a crush on her for so many years, but after we went to bed, I realized that she was no different from other women. Same feeling. Dull and tasteless. So, I kept many young ladies outside. Those young ladies with average qualifications but pretty looks wouldn't go far in the martial arts path, but they were fun to play with. I had plenty of money. I had plenty of resources. When I was alive, I was more carefree than anyone else. Or it should be said that no one in this world was more carefree than me. When I entered the infant transformation realm, my reputation was already very famous. When I was at the peak of the primordial elixir realm, I could already assassinate Huayun. None of the missions that I received couldn't be completed. Coming and going without a trace, I was called the ghost killer by the people of the Jianghu. They all said that I was really a genius of my generation. Killing people beyond my level was so easy. I silently watched them discuss, disdainful. Stupid mortals, how could you know what kind of heaven-defying equipment the main character had that you didn't understand? I was standing right beside you, and you couldn't even notice me. After completing a few missions that others couldn't complete, I became the ace assassin of the underground world. I was the first in history to become an ace assassin in the beginning stage of the infant transformation realm. Before me, there had never been such a thing. I was a genius. This was without a doubt. I was the main character. This was also without a doubt. As long as I walked step by step, sooner or later, I would stand at the peak of the world. Whenever they discussed the left and right heavenly kings, I just looked at them calmly. Because I knew that my future would be more brilliant than the left and right heavenly kings. Because I was the main character. This was the template of a main character. Finally, on this day, I saw a bounty. Chapter 585. This bounty was very strange. A bounty for a little thing in the embryonic breathing realm called Swashao. Ha 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 ha, this name was really rustic. However, this bounty was exceptionally generous. At that moment, I was certain that this brat would not be easy to kill. With such a low cultivation, it was very unusual for such a high bounty to be offered. However, all of these rewards were basically set up for me. These spiritual medicine, these panacea, these treasures of heaven and earth, these resources for practice, were all things that I urgently needed. This was the will of heaven. The will of heaven had issued such a bounty. Then, it happened to be something that I needed. What else was there to say? This was a benefit that heaven had tailor-made for the main character. Hence, this mission, no matter how many people came, would definitely be mine. Hence, I came. After coming here, I brought a few of my underlings and entered quietly. No one paid attention to us. Even when we walked outside the Demon King's territory, the Demon King did not notice us. We can rest anywhere we want. Once I saw Xiao Duo, I would be able to recognize him. Once I killed him, everything would be over. I finally saw him. The one who fought with me was definitely Xiao Duo. This was because I felt the blazing aura of the flaming sun scripture. However, only now did I know that I was not the main character. This treacherous brat was the main character. Almost immediately, he noticed the stone on my chest. I panicked. I just wanted to kill him. However, he defeated me easily and smashed my chest with a hammer. Then, he snatched the ring. He was so familiar with it. That stone was in the ring. I understood now. It turned out that I was not the main character, but he was. As for me, after so many years, I was actually a delivery boy for the main character. My ring was filled with my understanding of the stone. It turned out that it was for him. Ha, how ironic. After so many years of being the main character, I was actually a delivery boy. I was dead. The famous ghost killer. I died just like that. Perhaps they were also curious. With such a low cultivation, how could a person who died so easily complete so many missions that others could not complete? Ha! When Xiao Duo took this stone and stabbed it into their chests, perhaps they would remember me. Because that's my style. Sigh, I don't want to die. Xiao Duo was about to start his killing spree when he saw that the remaining 12 people on the other side were all pale. Surprisingly, no one took the initiative to help him. He couldn't help but feel strange. What was going on? If the other group didn't help, it might be excusable. But why didn't the group with Dao Ba make a move? I killed your leader. Make a move. Only when you make a move can I continue to defend myself and show my positive energy. What he didn't know was that the guy he killed was called Ren Zhonglong. Although his cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, he was a well-known ruthless character in the underground world. Many people with higher cultivation than him had been successfully assassinated by him. His nickname, Ghost Killer, was very popular and famous. The reason why he was so famous was that he could perfectly conceal himself. Even if he was only 1 meter away from his target, the target would not be able to discover him. That was why he was able to succeed time and time again. Even if it was not enough, he would be able to escape unscathed. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. This famous ghost killer, Ren Zhonglong, was a ruthless character who made all of them wary in their hearts. However, he was killed by this white-haired, stooped old man with a single strike of his hammer in a single exchange. This was simply the sky falling down. Go forward and fight. Boss Ren was killed. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for us to go forward? You provoked me first. If I don't give you a light punishment, wouldn't it seem that I'm easy to bully? I won't go too far. Hand over all your space rings and I'll spare your lives. Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a menacing light. The sledgehammer in his hand was swinging back and forth. The gray-haired old man who looked kind and honest and timid just now had turned into a killing god at this moment. His ferocity was monstrous. He kept saying that he wanted everyone's belongings and said that it was a light punishment. Didn't he know that taking people's belongings was like killing their parents? This mountain is mine, Sua Xiaoduo said. The 12 of them did not hesitate at all as they quickly took off their rings and tossed them over. Compared to their belongings, their lives were more important. It was already a blessing to be able to save their lives from this killing god in front of them. Sua Xiaoduo took all 12 space rings in his hand. He snorted and passed through the crowd with his sledgehammer. In a flash, he disappeared into the dense grass. The 12 people looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was too dangerous. The ghost killer was killed in a single strike, let alone them. Their backs were full of cold sweat. What should we do? One of them looked pale. What should we do? Let's retreat quickly. Let's go back. A middle-aged man was silent for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "This matter is not something we can get involved in with our level of cultivation. Not to mention that we won't get anything, we'll even lose our life savings. It's good enough that we can keep our lives. Let's retreat." From then on, there were 12 less disheartened people in the Jianghu, 248 space rings. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Sua Xiaoduo walked in with the newly acquired space ring. He couldn't wait to forcefully crack the ghost killer's space ring and roast it on the heart of the sun. Xiaolong helped to absorb some of the power of providence to speed up the cracking process. After a while, the space ring that originally belonged to the ghost killer was forcefully opened. Sua Xiaoduo immediately took the space ring and put it in his pocket. In an instant, all the aura in his body disappeared without a trace. Sua Xiaoduo felt that after he put on the space ring, he seemed to be separated from others by a tight barrier. It was an extremely strange feeling that it was as if he could detect others, but they couldn't detect him. He was clearly here, but they couldn't sense him. Unless he wanted them to see him, or if they saw him directly with their eyes, they wouldn't be able to detect his presence and position. What a treasure! What a treasure! Sua Xiaoduo was extremely excited. This is a heaven-defying item. It's the best treasure for traveling and scheming. The space ring couldn't increase one's cultivation level, nor could it enhance one's body. However, it could perfectly hide one's qi. It was an absolutely heaven-defying function. In order to be safe, Sua Xiaoxiao experimented many times. One time, he was right next to a certain someone, and his killing intent was so strong that it could kill the heavens. However, the person he targeted didn't feel anything. It was only when he stabbed his sword into the back of the person's heart that he felt pain and danger. He felt that he was about to die. But what use was that? He directly breathed his last, his body and Tao vanishing. 8 space rings were added to Sua Xiaoduo's space ring. Now, 256 space rings. Fiddling with the space ring, Sua Xiaoduo was in high spirits. This thing is really a must-have for an assassin. At this moment, the first person that Sua Xiaoduo thought of was Yu Moyan. This guy was now on the path of becoming an assassin. He was leaving dust in his wake, never to return. If this guy could really achieve something that when the time came, he could sell it to him at a discount. It wouldn't be too much to ask for his entire fortune for such a treasure. He had to make this bastard work for him for 100 years before he could use the treasure. That was the only way that cold-faced monster, just as Sua Xiaoduo was thinking of Yu Moyan was about to leave the Guangdong region. All the teachers in the high martial arts school came out to chase him. They chased him for thousands of miles before they caught up with him at the border between the Central Plains and the Guangdong region. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't any forests around and it was just a plain, they wouldn't have been able to catch his tail and stop him. Sua is wanted by the underworld. I have to go and take a look. Umo Yen only left this note at the school before he left. When Luo Yenling heard about this, she was scared out of her wits. You, Zhua, are awesome. You can attract so many people to kill him. However, you can't, child. How many days have you been practicing? Xiao, who is only in the embryonic breathing realm, actually wants to get involved in such a big matter. Luo Yenling hurriedly stopped this guy. She was gasping for breath, and she was so tired that she was half dead. Yu Moyen, who was in front of her, still had a cold face. His gaze was stiff and indifferent. Come back with me. Yu Moyen didn't say a word, but he held the sword in his hand even tighter. What's the use of you going? Luo Yenling was tired. With your current cultivation, other than causing trouble for your boss, what else can you do? You're not even qualified to be a scapegoat. This is the reality, the indisputable reality. Yu Moyen's gaze wavered, but he still didn't say a word. Think about it. What kind of person is your boss? Luo Yenling tried to persuade him. Maybe he doesn't need to die. If you go, you'll implicate him and cause him to die. Don't blame me for saying this. The reality now is that your current cultivation is too low. So low that you won't be able to withstand a single blow. You're insignificant. Yu Moyen didn't say a word. He held his sword and went to the highest hill nearby. He just stared at the west for a long time, not moving for a long time. Go back, child. Luo Yenling was heartbroken, touched, and tired. Now. Even if you really go, you won't be of any help. You'll only cause trouble. In the night breeze, Yu Moyen stood quietly for half the night. After a long time, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. With a face full of loneliness, he said, Teacher Luo, is there any way to increase my cultivation in the fastest and most efficient way without damaging my foundation? Luo Yenling was stunned. This. Yu Moyen looked to the far west. His gaze was focused. He said softly, I heard that there's a way called the 18 Plates of Hell. Chapter 586. Luo Yenling's face turned pale. The 18 discs of hell, although it is very useful for cultivation, but in the bones, you have to be in the most painful state of compression every day, every moment, every time, you have to compress your vital energy, you have to be on the thorny path at all times. And once you start, you have to continue for at least 18 months, you can't stop. Once you stop halfway, not only will all your previous efforts be wasted, you will also lose your foundation due to the backlash of your vital energy. Using such an extreme method to cultivate is too risky. Luo Yenling gently advised, Mo Yen, strength is never gained in a day. More haste, less speed. Mo Yen was silent for a while, lowered his head, looking at the sword in his hand. This was given to me by Zhua. In his arms, on his chest, the jade gave off a slight chill. That was given to him by the old principal. Mo Yen sighed softly, saying, Teacher, please arrange it for me, I want to use the 18 discs of hell as my future cultivation mode. Luo Yenling was stunned. She could hear the determination in Mo Yen's voice. But this inhuman path, can he really walk it? Mo Yen looked towards the far west, his gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains and clouds. He murmured, My brother is in danger, I can't go, I want to, but I can't do anything. But I hope this is the last time. If there is a next time, I will definitely go there, side by side against the enemy. Teacher, please arrange the 18 discs of hell for me, please. Mo Yen was silent, bowing deeply. In the night wind, Luo Yenling looked at the student in front of her with eyes full of sadness. There was never a moment when she felt that this child had grown up. On the way back. Mo Yen, you can first post in the underground world, show your support for boss. Luo Yenling said. It's no use. I won't post. I can't go, even if I post 10,000 posts, I won't go. Umo Yen said. But your boss will still see it, he knows your feelings, I believe it will be a consolation to him. I won't post. He knows my feelings, so what? I'm still a trash that can't go, or dare not go. Umo Yen walked forward. On the way back to school. The 18 discs of hell. I want to go, I must go, I must go all the way. Next time, I will go, I will go, I will go even if I die. Beijing. Martial arts in the clouds. Zhou Yunqing carried his sword, and found Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu. However, he saw that the two of them were already exhausted from exchanging pointers with each other. Sua Xiaoduo is being hunted down. Do you know that? Zhou Yunqing's gaze was sharp. Long Yuxing frowned. Zhou Yunqing, what do you want? Zhou Yunqing said faintly, the old principal issued an order to summon all the graduates from Shuwei City No. 1 Middle School. Anyone who has time and can spare time is to rush to the Starlight Mountains. We must rescue Sua Xiaoduo. The old principal ordered that if Sua Xiaoduo is still alive, we must save him. If Sua Xiaoduo died, all the graduates of Shuwei City No. 1 Middle School would take revenge even if they had to fight to the last person. No matter who the opponent is. Those who disobey will not recognize the identity of Shuwei City No. 1 Middle School. Zhou Yunqing replied, that's why I'm going. Long Yuxing's gaze became serious, and his eyes flashed with deep gratification and happiness. However, he said solemnly, if you don't go, we won't go either. Why? Because if we go, not only will we not be able to help. Instead, we will become a burden. Long Yuxing said, Li Chenglong sent a message as soon as he confirmed the situation, warning us not to act rashly. With our current shallow strength, we are not qualified to participate in this battle. Instead of adding to the chaos to show loyalty, it is better to seize the time to train ourselves. Go to the battle, at least have the qualifications to fight. Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. Do you think we don't want to go? Xiao Er and I had already left the capital, but we were scolded back by Li Chenglong. The entire Hidden Dragon High School is there. Wanli Xiu said, with our current strength, we can't help at all. But the least we can do is to not cause trouble. If those bounty hunters use us as a threat to force Boss Sua to show himself, that would be the most tragic situation. She showed the Hell King Palace's bounty page on her mobile phone. The bounty has not been completed. Zua is still working hard. Hidden Dragon High School is also working hard. We can't add to the chaos, and you can't go either. You're not qualified. If you go, you'll only drag my boss down. Zhou Yunqing held the hilt of his sword tightly and took a deep breath. I hope the two of you are not afraid of death, otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. Long Yuxing said indifferently, our relationship with Sua is not comparable to yours. Whether we are hypocritical or not, it is not up to you to judge. Zhou Yunqing snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu looked at each other and refreshed the page again. This was the most common thing they did when they were practicing. Their eyes were filled with extreme impatience. Some things were easy to persuade others. However, it was difficult to persuade oneself. It will be fine. Wanli Xiu's eyes were red. If Sua dies this time and we don't go to help. Long Yuxing took a deep breath. Then I will never forgive myself. Then continue to work hard, fight with your life. Wanli Xiu said fiercely, if you want to fight side by side, you can only talk if you are not strong enough. If you want to be loyal, then we must first be qualified to be loyal. Practice. Outside Shangjing City. In the mountain forest. A white line rushed to the south like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, the sky was covered with ice fog and the ground was covered with frost. A graceful figure, expressionless, was riding on a sword. The movement skill she used was the Tianyuan escape skill that Zhuo Changlu had taught her. Zhuo Xiaonian. Her face was expressionless as she moved in a straight line. Her speed had reached her limit, or even exceeded it. It had only been an hour since she received the news, but she was already 2,000 miles away from Shangjing. She was doing a mission outside and did not know about the Hell King Palace's bounty. But her father, Zhuo Changlu, sent her a message: "Don't worry, don't go." Zhuo Xiaonian thought this message was a little confusing. Little did she know that Zhuo Changlu thought that Zhuo Xiaonian already knew about it, so he sent a message to dissuade her. She wanted to call him, but the phone did not go through. At that time, Zhuo Xiaonian was on a mission and her phone was left in the ring. When Zhuo Xiaonian saw the news, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He couldn't wait to check it out. Similarly, when he saw the news about Zhuo Xiaoduo's bounty, he immediately flew up and rushed out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Riding on his sword, he activated the Heavenly Origin escape technique and sped away at full speed. She did not give any explanation to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. She did not send any messages, because these were not important to Zhuo Xiaonian. Snow and ice filled the sky, wind and thunder rumbled. The peerless beauty rode on her sword and soared into the sky. In her right hand, she held a top-grade jade of astral souls that she had been reluctant to use. She kept absorbing spiritual energy while flying at full speed. "Dog, I'm here to save you." Thunder and lightning exploded in the sky. "Nian, A deep voice suddenly sounded. Zhuo Xiaonian turned a deaf ear and continued to speed forward. Boom! A burly figure flew through the air and directly stopped in front of Zhuo Xiaonian, blocking her path. The person was tall and strong, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was at least 2 meters tall, and his face was dignified, showing the aura of a superior. It was Uncle Nan, whom she had not seen in a long time. "Uncle Nan. Why are you here?" Zhuo Xiaonian was surprised. She still did not know that this Uncle Nan was the famous southern chief of the Astral Souls mainland. She found it strange that Uncle Nan would suddenly appear here at this time. However, this was great news for her. She knew very well that this Uncle Nan was not an ordinary person. He might be a great help to save Xiao Duo. At this moment, nothing was more important than saving Xiao Duo. It did not even matter if she did it herself. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo's life was important. "It's me." Southern Chief smiled warmly, but there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He received the news as soon as Zhuo Xiaonian left. He immediately set out to chase after her. However, with his cultivation, he chased after her for 2,500 miles. When he caught up, he found that Zhuo Xiaonian was using the Tianyuan escape method and extravagantly used the top-grade jade of astral souls to replenish her energy. However, this girl's rapid progress was still far beyond his expectations. "Uncle Nan, why are you here?" Zhuo Xiaonian was burning with anxiety. "Can you please come with me to save Xiao Duo?" "I'm sorry, I can't go with you." Uncle Nan said, "I'm going to stop you." "Don't go either." Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Uncle Nan suspiciously. Her right hand was already on the hilt of the cat spirit sword. Southern Chief did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl actually wants to attack me. Xiao Duo is fine. It's very safe. Uncle Nan advised earnestly, "The truth of this matter is that I used Xiao Duo to set up a trap to lure some people. If you go, you'll ruin things and even put Xiao Duo in danger." A trap. Why should I believe you? Sua Xiaoyan shook her head. Her attitude towards Uncle Nan suddenly changed. Uncle Nan waved his hand and landed directly with Sua Xiaoyan. Sua Xiaoyan wanted to resist, but she found that she could not. The opponent's strength was beyond her understanding. It was at an unimaginable level. After landing on the ground, Uncle Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally caught up and intercepted them. Otherwise, I would have been dead. I trapped their son, and if I sent their daughter over. Whenever Uncle Nan thought about the consequences, his heart would palpitate and he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It's just that I still don't know how I'm going to end up, or what kind of ending I'll end up with. You don't believe me, right? It's easy. Believe me, it's really easy. I have a witness that you'll definitely believe. Minister Nan took out his phone and dialed a number. Ha ha ha, Sua, how are you? How are you? The voice on the phone was indifferent and emotionless. It was as cold as ice. You're here to report the death. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 587. Sua Chonglu's voice was cold. That one sentence made Nan Chong sweat profusely. No, no, no. How could it be? Mr. Nan sweated and said quickly, it's Nyener. She wanted to go there after hearing about it. I stopped her. But she is stubborn. She didn't believe me. I had no choice but to call you. Would you like to talk to her? Hearing that his daughter was also there, Sua Chonglu's voice was not so cold. Let her answer the phone. Mr. Nan handed the phone to Sua Xiaoyan. Sua Xiaoyan took the phone and checked the number first. Then she said hesitantly, Dad? Sua Chonglu said calmly, listen to your Uncle Nan this time. Go back and do your thing. Don't worry. Duo is fine. Sua Xiaoyan was still doubtful. Dad, I want to video call you. Chief Nan's forehead was covered in sweat and black lines when he heard this. Miss, you are still worried at this point. You want to video call me? If the voice could be faked, how difficult would it be to fake a video? Sua Chonglu obviously knew his daughter's temper. He hung up the phone first and then called her directly. He said helplessly, didn't I send you a message? You silly girl. Sua Xiaoyan was finally relieved. She smiled, I know, Dad. I will go back with Uncle Nan. Is Gouda really okay? It's okay. Don't worry. When he is done, I will ask him to call you to tell you that he is safe. Mr. Nan asked, Boss, I want to talk to you one more time. In the video, Sua Chonglu's eyes suddenly changed from gentle to cold. Then he hung up the phone. Mr. Nan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He hurriedly called Sua again. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Minister Nan was dumbstruck. Sua Xiaoyan didn't know what was going on, but she gloated and said, Uncle Nan, congratulations, you've been blacklisted by my dad. Chief Nan felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart again. How could I not know that I was blacklisted? Do I need you to tell me? Who was the nice guy she was talking about? Was she talking about Sua? My God, what a preposterous idea. Sua Xiaoyan didn't know what had happened at all. Although her father had repeatedly assured her that everything was fine, she was still worried and asked around on the way. Uncle Nan, what's going on? Uncle Nan, what game? Uncle Nan, why did my father block you? He has such a good temper, what did you do to provoke him? Uncle Nan. Southern Chief felt bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He used up all his energy to send this lady back. They entered the city. Go back by yourself. With my current status, it's not convenient for me to send you directly to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Before Uncle Nan could finish his words, he had already slipped away. Sui Xiaoyan saw that Uncle Nan's face was pale. That was Uncle Nan too tired. As she walked, she took out her phone and dialed Sui Chonglu's number. Dad, what's going on? Don't let me guess blindly, just tell me. In the mountains. A figure in green was flying in the air. The sword in his hand flashed coldly and split the clouds. All the way to the south. Qin Fangyang, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was brimming with a murderous aura. He was like a demon king from hell, speeding all the way to the starry mountains outside Fenghai. He didn't say a word, his expression cold and hard. Don't worry, since I promised to protect the children, I'll definitely protect them well. No matter what, even if I'm smashed into pieces, nothing will happen to the children. Qian. Don't worry. Hidden Dragon Master. Li Chenglong was furious. Where are you going? Are you going to cause trouble? I'm not going. Why are you all so impulsive? With your current cultivation, are you qualified to go? Are you going to help or cause trouble? Go back and do what you're supposed to do. How can you not be anxious at all? Where's your heart? Xiang Chong and Meng Zhangjun both frowned and looked at this guy. What's the use of being anxious? If it's useful, I don't mind being anxious to death. My heart needs to be calm. I can't be anxious, and I can't be confused. Swollen waved his hand impatiently. Go back one by one, and pay close attention to the completion of the mission on the website. This time, if Sui doesn't die, no matter who is against us, we'll take revenge in the future. If he dies, we'll take revenge for him. All the assassins, organizations, and Hell King Palace, as long as I have time, I'll crush them. Li Chenglong smiled brightly, but there was a trace of coldness in his smile. Swollen was very angry, and there was also a feeling of inferiority growing bit by bit, and it was impossible to get rid of. He realized that he couldn't get involved in Sui's troubles. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. He was powerless. How could this be? Could it be that in the future, I'll only be a burden? No. Absolutely not. Seeing Xiang Chong and the others leave, Li Chenglong's face turned gloomy. Gravity Room, 6 hours. After swiping his credits, Li Chenglong went in, thought the Starlight Mountain Range had now completely turned into a battlefield. Sui Xiaoduo, everyone's target, was nowhere to be seen. Even if he appeared occasionally, Sui Xiaoduo's bodyguards were too powerful and too slippery. One hit, one kill, one hit, one hit, one hit, one run, one hit, and one run. Often, when people rushed over, they would see the ground after the Flaming Sun Sutra was used. There were clear traces, but Sui Xiaoduo was nowhere to be seen. He came and went like the wind. He really came and went without a trace. This situation made many people furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. In addition, the 3 demon kings were involved. Everyone could only search carefully. They didn't dare to use their divine sense to search a large area. Once they used their divine sense to search a large area, part of it would inevitably enter the territory of one of the 3 demon kings. It would immediately cause panic. And Sui Xiaoduo, this despicable guy, always moved around the territory of the 3 demon kings. He never left. Slowly, everyone found a pattern. If Sui Xiaoduo wasn't in the territory of one demon king, he would most likely be in the territory of another demon king. Again and again, he went back and forth, welcoming and sending people away. This knowledge was gradually discovered and confirmed by all the bounty hunters. As a result, everyone began to gather their strength in these 3 places. The Starlight Mountain Range was undoubtedly huge. But if the search area was narrowed down to the territory of the 3 demon kings, it wasn't particularly big. Although there was still a radius of 3,000 miles, it was still vast and boundless, with no end in sight. But compared to the previous aimless search, it was much better. Faced with such a situation, Yi Changqing and the rest of the Hidden Dragon School people couldn't help but feel anxious. Because, as the search area became smaller and smaller, the chances of Zhou Xiaoduo being discovered and bumped into would be much higher. Yi Changqing made a prompt decision and directly occupied the highest mountain peak, leading the rest of the Hidden Dragon School people to look down from above. The terrain here could be said to be the best mountain peak in the territory of the three demon kings. It wasn't that the Hidden Dragon School people were the strongest, but Yi Changqing directly said a ruthless sentence, dispelling everyone's thoughts. The current situation is clear to everyone. Our objectives are also clear. We only need to act. But since we haven't acted yet, we're not completely opposing each other. Yi Changqing's voice shook the Starlight Mountain range. At this moment, whoever dares to fight with the Hidden Dragon School for this mountain will have shed all pretense of cordiality and become enemies. Everyone knows what the consequences will be. Going against the Hidden Dragon School is going against the martial arts department. It's going against the country. It's betrayal of the mainland. It's rebellion. His gaze was like lightning, looking around at the people around him. Without hiding anything, he threatened deeply, "I'd like to see who has the guts to do so." Tens of thousands of Jianghu people cursed in their hearts at the same time. We're just bounty hunters. Since there's an underground world, then there's a place for us to eat. Jianghu's black and white, what's black and white? Everyone has their own rules, and their own channels for eating. We often do illegal things, but we do it in secret. When have we ever broken the law and violated discipline completely in the open? That's a completely different nature, okay? This fucking Yi Changqing, he's so brazen now. Isn't it because he has the support of the government? But in reality, no one dared to go against him. At least before they found Zhou Xiaoduo, no one dared to go against the taboo and take the initiative to attack the Hidden Dragon School. Premeditated crimes and actual crimes were two completely different crimes. What's more, this fucking Yi Changqing actually pinned a big hat of rebellion on him. Motherfucker. This mountain belongs to the Hidden Dragon School. Yi Changqing walked up the mountain, leading a group of teachers from the Hidden Dragon School calmly. And the people who were at the top of the mountain were Tian Wujiang and a group of people. Yi Changqing walked straight up, glanced sideways, and shouted, "Go down." Tian Wujiang's entire face turned purple. "I'm not your subordinate. I'm also a famous person in the Jianghu. Can't you be a little more polite, Yi Changqing?" Yi Changqing expressed that he couldn't. He looked sideways at Tian Wujiang, his fingers slowly grasping the hilt of his sword. His meaning was clear, go down or not. If you don't go down, I'll make my move. As long as I make my move, you'll be openly hostile to the Hidden Dragon School. You'll have to bear the consequences. Tian Wujiang felt as if he had eaten shit. Fuck, you can still do this. Tian Wujiang's expression was ugly. He still wanted to save some face. You want to rebel? When Xingtian's hand was on the hilt of his sword, his gaze cold, Tian Wujiang, you've got guts. Tian Wujiang was so angry that he fell backwards. What did I say? I'm rebelling. Chapter 588. Even though Tian Wujiang already had thoughts of retreating, he still couldn't help but mutter, according to the rumors in Jianghu, Hidden Dragon High School's Yi Changqing is a scholarly general who has always been particular about convincing people with reason. What's wrong, Principal Yi? Your actions don't match the rumors. Yi Changqing said coldly, The rumors I heard in Jianghu are that Tian Wujiang is a spineless person who has to kneel down and lick the Hidden Dragon High School's boots. Why don't you kneel down and lick the Hidden Dragon High School's boots like the rumors? Tian Wujiang was so angry that he fell backwards. Rumors. Since when were there such rumors in Jianghu? This Hidden Dragon High School's principal now looked like a homeless leader, or even worse. Was this really the principal of Hidden Dragon High School? A model teacher who had students all over the world. Principal Yi, let's just give up this place. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The other person said coldly, obviously very angry in his heart. Yi Changqing immediately turned around and shouted, "Who are you? Do you want to be an enemy of our Hidden Dragon High School?" The face of the imperial spirit expert who spoke turned purple in an instant. Yi Changqing, can you still be reasonable? Do you really think that you're a principal? If it weren't for that official power backing you up, I wouldn't care about your grandma's claws. With a black face, he followed Tian Wujiang down, but was stopped by Wen Xingtian. Stop. What's your name? What's your identity? You dare to speak to our principal like that? Tell us your name, place of birth, age, gender, and ID number. You and your family's descendants will forever be blacklisted by the Hidden Dragon High School, never to be seen again. The goatee flew into a rage. Wen Xingtian, don't go too far. Wen Xingtian's hand was on the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He shouted, "Register. I now suspect that you're a spy from the UMNO Alliance. Don't force me to make a move." The goatee was stunned. Fuck you. Wen Xingtian and I have known each other for almost 1,000 years. Usually when we see each other, we call each other Brother Sang affectionately. Now you're turning your back on me. Little did he know that Wen Xingtian was even more furious. He never thought that an old friend of his would come. This man with the surname Sang was an old acquaintance of Wen Xingtian. The two of them had fought side by side on the battlefield at the border. When they met occasionally, they would drink and reminisce about the past. They couldn't be considered brothers or friends, but they were still familiar acquaintances. But Wen Xingtian never thought that this guy would actually participate in the encirclement of his students. Sua Xiaoduo, Hidden Dragon High School student. The homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian. All of this information was clearly written on the bounty notice. You didn't give me face, yet you expect me to give you face today. If you don't, I'll kill you today. The goatee surnamed Sang thought for a while and seemed to finally understand. He couldn't help but say with some guilt, "Brother Wen, this time it was indeed my fault, but I was forced by life. I know that Sua Xiaoduo is your student. But in life, there are always some choices that must be made. I hope you can understand." Before he could finish, Wen Xingtian shouted, "Do you not understand human language? Register. I suspect that you are a spy from the UMNO Alliance. Name, age, gender, place of origin, ID number. Say it loudly." The goatee's spirit visibly withered. He said hatefully, "Name, Sang Zhuxuan. Age, 1,454 years old. Place of origin, Shendu XXXX. Gender, male. ID number." At this moment, the entire mountain peak was silent. No one would have thought that under such humiliation, the goatee would actually register and report his identity. To be able to endure such humiliation, Qin Wendian was shocked. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Sang Zhuxuan's nose. He said bitterly, "Sang Zhuxuan. You are a disgrace to our Eastern Army. You are a disgrace to our commander. What you've done today is a disgrace to all the brothers who died on the battlefield back then. Scram. Don't let me see you again. Immediately. Immediately." Wen Xingtian turned around and left. He didn't look back. Sang Jushuan lowered his head. His entire body was in a daze. He suddenly turned around and stared at Wen Xingtian's back. He screamed, "Wen Xingtian, I'm not as lucky as you. You are a bachelor. After you retire, you can still be a teacher. You don't have to worry about food or clothing. What about me? I have a big family to feed. As long as there is a path to survival for those who walk the righteous path, why should I be a killer who works for money? No one has lived in another's house for a few days. What right do you have to criticize me, Wen Xingtian?" Sang Jushuan was filled with grief and indignation. He was like a completely different person. Wen Xingtian didn't even turn around. He only said, "I, Wen Xingtian, have done things with a clear conscience. 100,000 souls under my sword deserve to die. I eat well and sleep well. My conscience is very clear. I feel that I have lived my life like this for a long time. I am satisfied. But you are still not enough. You are still far from enough. From now on, I don't know you, and you don't know me." Wen Xingtian walked up the mountain without looking back. Below, Sang Jushuan stood there in a daze. Tian Wujiang said softly, "Brother Sang, let's go. It's useless to reason with them. It's just a choice." Sang Jushuan took a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't and followed behind Tian Wujiang. On the mountain, Yi Changqing comforted, "Everyone has their own aspirations. There is no need to force them." Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and shook his head. He didn't say a word. A gloomy voice said, "Hidden Dragon High School, Principal Yi, Department Head Wen, how imposing, how murderous. Your group of people from Hidden Dragon High School openly killed people and stole their belongings. You must have stolen several hundred spatial rings, right? Now you are accusing others of being shameless. I would like to ask, who is more shameless?" This voice was faintly discernible, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. It made it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. At the very least, none of the people present were able to tell where this person was. Wen Xingtian laughed loudly, "Who is the shameless one? There is a public opinion. You assassins came to kill my Hidden Dragon High School students for the bounty. Killing you is a matter of course, and we have a clear conscience. Hidden Dragon High School has provided talents for the army over the years, fighting for the safety of the entire continent. On the other hand, you are at the back. Even if you have good cultivation, you are still protected. Do you dare to deny it? You are under our protection, yet you come to harm Hidden Dragon High School students, the future pillars of the country. Who is the shameless one? So what if we kill you? Can't we kill you?" Wen Xingtian's words were like spring thunder. He stood proudly on the top of the mountain and spoke with fervor and assurance. Facing all the assassins with ulterior motives, he asked everyone loudly, "Can I kill all of you?" Then he roared again, "So what if we kill and steal your spatial rings? Even if we steal your belongings, we will only use them on Hidden Dragon High School students, to cultivate talents for the country and the continent. Can't we rob you? Who said we can't kill you? Who said we can't rob you?" Wen Xingtian roared, "Stand out. Let me see. How can you not kill me? How can you not rob me?" Wen Xingtian's words were earth-shattering, suppressing the tens of thousands of people present and making them speechless. They knew their own matters. What they did, whether it was right or wrong, everyone knew in their hearts. Being an assassin didn't mean that they could not distinguish between right and wrong, and that they could speak without conscience. "Let's just leave it here." When Xingtian's voice shook the mountains, "The people of Hidden Dragon High School are here. Who dares to act rashly? Those who dare to act rashly are treacherous. Before Swa Shao Duo is found, you can only listen obediently. Once Duo is out, according to the rules of the underground world, you want to rob the bounty, and we want to protect the students. Everyone will use their own means. When that time comes, we will die in your hands, and you can find excuses to shirk responsibility. But before the bounty target appears, whoever dares to move is treacherous and is rebelling. Who dares to say no? Wen Xingtian's voice was too loud, and it shook the wilderness. In the end, someone was unhappy and dissatisfied. Wen Xingtian, even if that's the reason, why are you saying it so loudly? This person was very dissatisfied. Wasn't he informing Duo? He was clearly telling Duo, don't come out no matter what. You're so loud, who can't hear you? Wen Xingtian said sternly, I'm born with a loud voice. Why, are you unhappy? Come up, I'll spar with you. Many assassins were so angry that they almost fainted. When Duo comes out, I'll definitely spar with you. Even if he doesn't come out, I'll still find a chance to spar with you today. That person said sinisterly. Wen Xingtian snorted, you're just a stepmother. This person was so angry that his face turned red. This Wen Xingtian's mouth was simply too despicable. Other people didn't hit people in the face, and didn't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. However, this guy specialized in exposing people's shortcomings. The person who spoke lost his mother when he was young and was indeed raised by a stepmother. However, although this was the truth, it was easy to imagine how insulting it was when it came from someone else's mouth. It was even an additional 3 levels. Next, Wen Xingtian stood at the top of the mountain and explained. According to the rules of the martial arts world, the King of Hell Palace is just a corner of the martial arts world. According to the rules of the underworld, when there's a reward, you're responsible for your own life and death. Everything belongs to the individual. This is the rule set by the founder of the demonic path, Lei Changtian, and the star-plucking monarch. Therefore, when Duo comes out, one wants to protect and the other wants to kill. If the person you protect dies in battle, it's considered a personal grudge, and it's not considered a violation of the law. However, before Duo comes out, you guys made a move against the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon clan. That's a violation of the law. When Xingtian shouted sternly, the 4 armies want you guys. The 8 armies want you guys. The martial arts department wants you guys dead. The National Security Department wants you guys dead. The Shield Department wants you guys dead. The Martial Arts Department wants you guys dead. Do you know what the crime of treason is? It's a crime of extermination, and the 9 generations of the family will be wiped out. His voice rumbled, echoing back and forth in the mountains and valleys. Some words had been said several times. This time, facing the entire Starlight Mountain range, he announced it again and explained it again. Tens of thousands of people were speechless. Shameless people were truly invincible. It seemed that today's Hidden Dragon clan's martial arts department was going to be shameless to the end. When Xingtian said loudly, everyone, do you understand? If you don't understand, I can say it again. Sigh, I'm used to being a teacher. I can't help it. Thus, with a rumbling sound, the lecture started again. Finally, someone became impatient and shouted from afar, When Xingtian, your students heard it long ago. If they didn't hear it, even if you say it 10 times, they won't hear it. We're not your students. Don't say it. When Xingtian said, I'll say it one last time. This is a matter of life and death for all of you. If you're not careful, your 9 generations will be wiped out, and your ancestors will suffer. How can you not be careful? How can you not listen seriously? Therefore, Tens of thousands of assassins felt like they were fucked. Chapter 589. Everyone had the urge to rush up and hack Wenxingtian into 1,000 pieces, dismembering his body into pieces. Was there no end to this? Did he think he was drawing highlights for his students in school? Was he going to organize another exam? To be honest, today was an eye-opener for them. The top 3 hidden dragon martial experts in the entire Star Spirit continent actually did such a thing today. It was indeed a first in history. What was face? Everyone was speechless. When Xingtian's explanation over and over again was naturally heard by Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. Not only had he heard it, but he had heard it so clearly that he was sick of it. Zhuo Xiaoduo already had an idea of what to do. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo would not do as Wen Xingtian said. Because the void transformation stone he obtained this time was too useful for Zhuo Xiaoduo. So much so that Master Zhuo had another plan. Because he realized, with this thing, the Centipede King, the Tiger King, and the Snake King would not be able to find him. If that was the case, did it mean he? Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately came up with a bold idea. I want you to get me. No, I want to get the thing that you have been guarding for so many years. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the closest to the Snake King's territory. He held the antidote pill in his mouth and walked over happily. Long, see if there are any good things around here and point them out to me. Boss, there's no need to look. Because of the spirit medicine that the Snake King has been guarding for a long time, there won't be any other heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the area. This is the only one that has absorbed all of the earthly chi. Damn, that snake's soul fruit is so powerful. Yes. The Snake King's territory is similar to the Centipede King's, but it is colder and more humid. There is not as much poisonous fog. Xiao Long was uneasy. Boss, I suggest you give up on the snake's soul fruit. This thing is basically useless to humans. Not to mention that it will anger a greater demon monarch. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits. The losses outweigh the gains. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in amazement, why don't you have any ideas about it since it's useless to humans? Long, you must remember our mission. Xiaolong humbly asked for advice. Mission? What mission? Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly, our motto is regarding things that we can't obtain, things that we have no hope of obtaining, we will never think about it, even if it is very useful to us. Then you're smart. You know that there's more to it. What's more, we must get whatever we can get, even if it's of no use to us. Xiao Long was speechless. This is your mission. I really don't know what to say about your motto. Boss, are you sure? Xiao Long was depressed. This giant snake was not to be trifled with. It was not inferior to the Centipede King's. Especially its ability to summon thunder and lightning. It was so powerful. Let me teach you one more thing. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him a bowl of chicken soup. If you don't try, you will never get it. If you try, there is a chance. Xiao Long muttered, if you try, you might die. Damn. Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry. Can't you say something nice? You are saying something so inauspicious when we are about to fight. In any case, Zhuo Xiaoduo still insisted on his opinion. He tiptoed and entered the Snake King's territory. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. In fact, he wasn't confident at all. Although this void transformation stone was effective on humans, who knew if it would be effective on the Snake King? In Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart, he was really not confident. At this moment, in the Snake King's territory, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know that he was not the only one. There was already someone here. And it was someone who had been lurking for a long time. In another direction of the Snake King's territory, A man buried his entire body in the swamp. His whole body was covered in mud. Even his eyes were covered. It took a long time for him to squirm slightly. Occasionally, a poisonous snake would swim past him. The moment the mud in the swamp moved, his body would undulate. He did not leak any aura at all. But when he occasionally exposed his face, the terrifying crisscrossing scars on his face revealed his identity. It was Vice Principal Ching of Hidden Dragon High School. After receiving Yi Changqing's call, Vice Principal Ching gave up everything and rushed to the Starlight Mountain Range to protect Zuoxiao Duo. But even he did not expect this. After he came to the Starlight Mountain Range, he actually found his lifelong enemy by chance. Shi Yu. Ever since Li Chenglong talked to Zuoxiao Duo last time, Vice Principal Ching began to pay attention to collecting information about those people. But Shi Yu and his subordinates, the five-colored snake venerable, were like clay oxen in the sea. There was no news at all. After many searches, Vice Principal Ching did not find anything. Naturally, his mood changed from yearning to inexplicable depression. But he rushed to the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as Yi Changqing summoned him. Although he was no longer the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, the 4 words Hidden Dragon High School still had an overwhelming weight in his heart. He rushed all the way here, even half a day earlier than Yi Changqing. In the end, when he was guarding the mountain pass, he unexpectedly saw 6 people rushing into the mountain pass as fast as lightning. And these 6 people gave him a very strange feeling, very strange. These 6 people's movements were uniform, and they all flew directly in the air. This was not surprising, but in Vice Principal Chang's eyes, their movements were clearly 6 snakes slithering, twisting, and crawling into the mountain pass. Seeing this kind of characteristics, Vice Principal Chang's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not see their faces clearly, Vice Principal Ching immediately guessed the identity of these 6 people. Shi Yu. The 5-colored snake venerable. Apart from these 6 people, it was likely that no one else in this world would be able to act like them. This discovery made Vice Principal Ching forget everything at once. Only his granddaughter's eyes, which were full of despair when she died tragically, appeared in front of him again. He followed them regardless of everything. Shi Yu and the others hid as soon as they entered the Starlight Mountain Range, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. Vice Principal Ching waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement. It seemed that they did not intend to carry out the mission of killing Zuoxiao Duo. It was not until everyone was focused on searching for Zuoxiao Duo that he took 5 of his subordinates and sneaked into the Snake King's territory. The Snake King did not seem to have any intention of driving them out. No, it did not react at all. Even Vice Principal Ching, who followed them closely, was regarded as one of them by the Snake King, who followed them in safely. Vice Principal Ching was dumbfounded when he came in. He did not know what to do next. Shi Yu and the others walked to the center of the swamp as if they were familiar with the place. However, Vice Principal Ching could not follow them in like he did just now. Obviously, there was another restriction. This delay made the Snake King realize that something was wrong. With a roar, a bolt of lightning struck down. Vice Principal Ching was quick-witted. He quickly jumped into the swamp. Then, he held his breath and hid his aura. He did not dare to move at all. Until now, he had been hiding in the swamp for 5 days. During this period, Shi Yu and the others came out from the swamp from time to time. They walked back and forth in the area, carrying things and occasionally cleaning the place. They were as free as if they were in their own home. The Snake King of the Star Beast seemed to treat the 6 of them as its own kind, or as workers. However, they were still its own people. Yes, it was a snake. The Snake King's residence was located in a damp and cold valley. It was surrounded by swamps on 3 sides, but this Star Beast Snake King's nest was located under a dry mountain wall. It was a huge snake cave. From what Vice Principal Ching could see from afar, the cave was so vast that it had probably hollowed out the belly of the mountain it was leaning on. There were 7 or 8 huge holes for the Snake King to enter and exit, and they were all hidden in the cold clouds. Now, Shiyu and the other 5 people seemed to be very careful and even meticulously polishing the holes. Judging from the situation, the Snake King must have grown in size again. It was inconvenient for it to enter and exit, and it was afraid that it would accidentally crush its own nest. Therefore, it asked Shiyu and the others to repair it. This kind of work was not difficult for Shiyu and the others. Other than opening up the holes for the Snake King, they also polished off some of the sharp edges. They were very careful and patient. Vice Principal Ching saw the 6 of them going in and out of the cave from time to time. They carried the stones out of the cave and threw them into the swamp. The swamp they chose to throw the stones in was exactly where Vice Principal Ching was hiding. Every time they went in and out, they would throw thousands of stones into the swamp. Boom! 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 It was like an earthquake. The muddy water splashed up hundreds of meters high, and turbid waves surged to the sky. However, Vice Principal Ching remained motionless. He moved up and down along with the muddy water, as if he was a dead object. He would rather die than let go of this opportunity. He was waiting for a chance to perish together with these 6 devils. How could he not take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Shiyu and the other 5 worked for 3 days straight before they could rest for a day. Vice Principal Ching looked at the 6 of them and happily walked out with a pile of green things. They used a huge stone as a platform at the edge of the swamp, and each of them pulled out a few chairs from their spatial rings and sat on them comfortably. This was the only place in the entire valley where they could see some sunlight. It seemed that Shiyu and the others were becoming more and more like snakes, but they still liked to bask in the sun. Vice Principal Ching thought for a while. He swam toward the shore quietly in the mud, wanting to hear what these villains were talking about when they were resting. However, he was too far away and their voices were too vague. He could barely hear what they were saying. Chapter 590. Shiyu, who was dressed in red, had a skinny figure, triangular eyes, and a triangular head. His entire being was cold, wet, and slippery. He placed the object in his hands on the stone platform. That was the only place where the sunlight could reach. He exposed the object completely to the sunlight. Then, he started to circulate his special martial arts, causing wisps of dark green true core chi to flow into the object. With the continuous infusion of spiritual power and the prolonged exposure of the sunlight, the object slowly unfolded. It was 6 stalks of dark green, curvy grass. However, every leaf of the grass was round and dark green. Under the sunlight, the 6 stalks of green grass started to twist, wriggle, and dance on their own. They looked like 6 living snakes. Shiyu and the rest of the 6 people focused all their attention on the grass. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. With the infusion of true core chi and the sunlight shining, the dark green, snake-like grass wriggled even more vigorously. "Boss, sometimes I wonder how you found this place back then." One of the snake venerables was filled with curiosity and envy. Shiyu smiled faintly. "Back then, I was only in the embryonic breathing realm and was about to break through to the primordial elixir realm. However, my aptitude was second-rate and my family was poor. Moreover, my character back then was very antisocial. I didn't have any friends or brothers. If I wanted practice resources, I could only risk my life. Back then, I accepted a bounty mission to find the spiritual medicine. Hence, I joined a small mercenary team and came to the Starry Mountains. However, after I found the spiritual medicine," Shiyu's gaze was deep. He pointed his finger upwards and said, "It was on the top of the mountain." The other members of the mercenary team suddenly attacked me. Obviously, they didn't want to share the loot with me. Back then, I naturally didn't want to die. However, if I stayed up there to fight with them, I would be outnumbered. Moreover, there was a difference in our abilities. How could I have the luck to fight them? After I was seriously injured, I had no other choice. I closed my eyes and rushed down the cliff. Shiyu smiled faintly, but his eyes were cruel and sinister. Back then, when I jumped down, I just so happened to land on the snake ancestor's body. Even though I had this buffer and didn't die, it was the same as sending myself to the snake ancestor. I could only end up as food in its mouth. However, the snake ancestor had just finished shedding its skin and its vitality was greatly damaged. It actually didn't eat me. At that time, the snake ancestor had just shed its most crucial king-level skin. But because of that, its strength was greatly reduced. It couldn't even deal with the sharp rocks around it. It didn't even have the strength to look for food. It was afraid that it would cut its body. Fortunately, the snake ancestor had advanced to the king tier at that time. His spiritual sense had transformed, and he could communicate with humans. At that time, I was inspired and took the initiative to pick food for the snake ancestor to nourish his life force. 3 months later, the snake ancestor completely recovered. He even rewarded me with a stalk of this snake spirit grass. Shiyu looked at the dark green grass in front of her and murmured, "This snake spirit grass is a kind of extremely poisonous thing between heaven and earth. Just one stalk will melt half of the bones in a person's body. From then on, the person will only be able to crawl like a snake. It will be difficult for him to walk upright." I lived crawling for 2 months. Then, the snake ancestor gave me a second stalk of snake spirit grass. From start to finish, I stayed in this snake valley for 5 years, a whole 5 years. 5 years later, my body was completely assimilated by the snake spirit grass. I received the recognition of the snake ancestor. I bid farewell to the snake ancestor and left the snake valley. Then, at that time, my strength had greatly improved. I found that small mercenary group. Everyone's family was killed by me. Then, I tried every method to find a spirit snake cultivation method. Every year, I would spend 2 months here. My cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds because of this. 100 years later, I met you guys. Then, we established a gang. The Snake King smiled faintly. At that time, you guys always felt that it was strange. Why would I go out every year and come back with a sudden increase in my cultivation? This is the fundamental reason. Behind him, the 5 snake venerables all smiled embarrassedly. We slowly became the overlords of Finghai's underworld. We became the #1 gang. Those years were really happy. Shiyu's words revealed a look of longing and reminiscence. Then, we were annihilated in one night and captured in the dungeon. At that time, I really thought that we were done for. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong are the ones who have the most power. It wasn't just you, boss. At that time, our brothers also felt that our lives were coming to an end and that we couldn't keep our lives. The 5 of them said at the same time. Yes, during that time, we saw people being captured and killed every day. That feeling. We were like chickens in a cage. We just saw who the butcher outside wanted to kill today. He would take out a knife and kill them. Even now, when I think about it, I still have lingering fears. But no one would have thought that it wasn't a public prison at all. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Finally, we were brought out. I thought that I had reached the end. I didn't expect to be brought to a garden. The person I met was actually the famous king of the Central Plains. The king of the Central Plains asked me, If I wanted to die or work for him. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Was there any other choice? In the swamp. Vice Principal Chang's heart suddenly thumped. The king of the Central Plains. It was the king of the Central Plains again. Last time, he saw a swordsman who looked very similar to the golden dragon sword that had assassinated his boss. He followed him all the way to the king of the Central Plains residence. In the end, the king of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and attacked him with a sword. It was also that sword strike that had caused him to almost lose his life, and it had even left behind a scar that could never be healed. Now, this Shiyu was also a pawn of the king of the Central Plains. What was the king of the Central Plains trying to do? Or could it be that he was the mastermind behind all this? But when it came to submitting to the king of the Central Plains, there were still many benefits. From that year onwards, we started to cultivate the Heavenly Serpent Soul technique that the king of the Central Plains gave us. Shiyu sighed and said, "This is also an opportunity, a blessing in disguise." From then on, we had a technique that could continue to cultivate. The five of them sighed, yes. Until that year. The king of the Central Plains returned and gave us the task. Shiyu's gaze turned cold. The other five venerable snake masters were all smiling lecherously. "I have to say, boss, the task you took was really good. The two girls of the Qing family were so fucking beautiful. Their figures, their touch. I still have a lot of memories of them. I can't stop dreaming about them. Yes, it was so satisfying. It's a pity that we had to kill them. Otherwise, we could have captured them and trained them secretly to become our slaves. That's the joy of life. Hee hee. Just thinking about it makes me happy. It's a pity that we can only play once. Yes, it's a pity. I've never seen such beautiful girls in my life. Pity my ass. You've fucking done it several times in a row after taking the drug. You're the only one who's had the most fun among us." The five venerated snake masters laughed and joked around. They were delighted to talk about the past. However, Vice Principal Qing, who was in the swamp, felt like his organs were being torn apart. He gritted his teeth and sank his whole body into the muddy water. It was them. Sua Xiao Duo was right. Li Chenglong's speculation was also right. It was indeed Shi Yu and the others. It was also the inner circle of the imperial family that it was indeed the king of the Central Plains, the mastermind behind everything. If he hadn't heard about the king of the Central Plains, Vice Principal Qing would have charged out at once. However, now that the king of the Central Plains was involved, the implications of this matter were too great. Revenge had to be taken. However, the news of the king of the Central Plains scheme had to be spread. They had to get out alive. They had to bring the news back. Shi Yu and the five venerable snake masters deserved to die. They deserved to be hacked into pieces. However, the mastermind behind them deserved to die even more. They should be ground to dust and consigned to eternal damnation. Ever since I brought you here 4 years ago, the snake ancestor has made things difficult for me for a long time. Shiyu smiled bitterly. The five venerable snake masters were also grateful and emotional. When their boss brought them to the Snake Valley, everyone could see the fury of the venerable snake masters. He made their boss work for half a year and almost tortured her to death. Later, because their heavenly snake mental cultivation technique was compatible with snakes, they let them go and tacitly allowed the five venerable snake masters to become their subordinates. Boss's kindness to us is as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. We will never forget it in our lives. Sigh, what's the point of saying this? Shiyu stretched her body under the sunlight. It's so comfortable. Although it still can't be seen in the light, but it's finally out. At this moment, the 6 snake spirit grasses had stopped trembling and twisting. They transformed into 6 green transparent sticks, standing upright. Under the sunlight, light flowed inside, as if there were little snakes slithering back and forth inside. The snake spirit grasses are more effective now. They're much thicker than the ones we ate a few years ago. Shiyu reached out and picked one up. Everyone, don't waste it. Eat it quickly and circulate your energy to digest it. The breakthrough of the heavenly snake body technique depends on these snake spirit grasses. This time, we'll stay here for half a year. Let's try to get more snake spirit grasses from the snake ancestor. Shiyu said. Yes. Boss, everything is up to you. The 5 venerable snakes beamed with joy. They grabbed their own snake spirit grasses, put them in their mouths, chewed, and swallowed. Boss, there seems to be some strange fruit at the bottom of the snake ancestor's cave. A venerable snake asked curiously while circulating his energy to digest. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Haven't you heard of the proverb, curiosity kills the cat? Shiyu said coldly, that's not something we can think about. The snake ancestor has been guarding that thing for thousands of years. If you look at it too much, you'll be whipped. Have you forgotten? Yes, I won't ask. This short period of time was a rare time for the 6 of them to rest. It was precious. They still had to go in and work for the Snake King later. Time was precious. In the distance, the huge snake stood upright, facing the sunlight. It spat out a colorful snake pearl in its mouth. The snake pearl received the sunlight, and for a moment, it shone brightly. Suashao Duo also tiptoed into the Snake Valley at this time, requesting votes. Chapter 591. Suashao Duo was extremely careful at this moment. His long sky-flying Kakin's technique, coupled with the effect of the void-changing stone, was truly soundless. He floated around like a feather, without a trace. Even with the Snake King's ability, it did not discover anything. However, Suashao Duo had already seen the Snake King's true body. Although they were still far apart, the Snake King's body was too big. Suashao Duo looked at it and was shocked. This was the Snake King. It was really too big. Thick, long, and big. From afar, just the half of its body that was straightened up was at least 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with shiny silver scales. Its round body was estimated to be as thick as 2 houses. However, the scales on its body did not seem to be big. Each scale was only the size of a copper coin. They were densely packed together and looked extremely beautiful. Suashao Duo fell in love with it at first sight. If it was peeled off and made into clothes, regardless of its value, who could compare to its eye-catching appearance? Considering its defensive power and rarity, how much could it be sold for? This snake. How many kilograms of snake meat could it produce? And how much could this meat be sold for? And the internal elixir, fresh blood, and snake gall. Oh right, I heard that a mature snake would have snake pearls in its head and joints. How much could those be sold for? Suashao's saliva dripped out of his mouth as he daydreamed. The moment his mind cleared up, he was afraid that he would reveal a flaw. He hurriedly sucked it and put it back into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. I can't take it anymore. I've found a treasure. Long. Say, if this snake suddenly commits suicide, how much can we get? Suashao Duo expressed his regret and pulled Xiao Long along to make the connection. This stinky snake, Master Zhua, is already here. Why don't you commit suicide? You don't know any better. Xiao Long laughed. You think too much. Commit suicide. It won't commit suicide even if you commit suicide. Duo stuck close to the ground very carefully. From time to time, he would use the meteors falling from the sky to cover himself. There were also some weeds on the ground. In short, he used everything that he could use to move forward quietly. It's actually another cliff here. No, this cliff seems to have been hollowed out by human power. Duo was shocked by this situation. Xiaolong said carefully, the snake's soul fruit is in this cave. Originally, it was 300 meters underground. However, in order to make it easier to guard and eat, the snake simply dug it out and exposed it to the air. It's just that this cave is too deep, and with the full protection of this snake, there's no possibility of an accident happening to the snake's soul fruit. Looking at the situation, this snake's soul fruit will mature in at most a month, Xiaolong said. Duo sneaked all the way here, but the Snake King didn't notice him. It was still in the air, spitting out its inner core to welcome the sunlight. Xiao's heart was already half at ease. It seemed, the void stone. This treasure was heaven-defying enough. It should be considered harmless in another sense. He looked at the huge snake that was still swallowing and spitting out the inner core in the air. Duo suddenly had an extremely bold idea. Long, do you think the snake's soul fruit can survive if we uproot it and plant it in the space of our Tower of Annihilation? Xiao's eyes were burning. I can live, but... Xiaolong was really shocked this time. Sir, you really do whatever you want to do. You even dare to think and do this. Not to mention the follow-up of this matter, just the feasibility of this matter itself was too dangerous. It was almost certain death. Once that snake realizes what's going on, you'll never be able to escape. Duo had other plans. So what if I can't escape? Can't I not run? Why must he run? The snake was still trying its best to swallow and spit out the inner core, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. The snake cave must be empty. Chance. Duo made up his mind. Go all out, go all out. Suddenly, Duo raised his body's speed to the limit. Once again, he performed the long sky-flying Katkin's body technique. While paying attention to his body's concealment, he also performed the Tianyuan escape technique. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed into the huge snake cave. After rushing in, he followed the path that Xiaolong had pointed out and flew down 3,000 feet. Like strands of catkins flying into the huge snake cave. On the walls of the cave on both sides, there were countless tiny holes that could be seen with the naked eye. Colorful venomous snakes wriggled their fat bodies in and out of them. If one looked at it this way, the entire cave walls seemed to be made up of poisonous snakes. Duo was not distracted. In a flash, he reached the bottom of the cave. What he didn't know was at this moment, the 6 Shiyu brothers were chatting and laughing as they walked to the entrance of the cave from above. They were exercising their body techniques and floating down, ready to continue their work. Duo rushed all the way to the bottom of the cave. At a glance, he saw his target. It was a strange-looking fruit tree. On the fruit tree, there was a half-red, half-white fruit hanging on the branch. Duo did not hesitate. He did not even have time to take a closer look at the fruit tree. The moment he landed, he grabbed the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel in his hand. He was like a little mouse dragging a big shovel. His body landed with the shovel. He activated all his cultivation, gritted his teeth, stared, and shoveled down without a care. Poof! 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 With 3 consecutive shovels, the soil and stones tens of meters below were all pried out. The whole pile was tens of cubic meters. It was all kept in the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he jumped down and burrowed into the soil. He stuffed the Tower of Annihilation into the deepest part of the soil. Then, he hurriedly burrowed into the Tower of Annihilation as well. His heart was thumping wildly. I got it. What was the reaction of that stinky snake? Would it discover me? From start to finish, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. This was simply like a sudden clap of thunder that left no time to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. Zhuo Xiaoduo swore that the speed at which he detonated at this moment was definitely the fastest he had ever done in his life. After this, as his cultivation increased, there might be times when he could be even faster. But before this, there was no such time. Even when he used the hammer of 1,000 spirits with all his strength, it was not as fast as this. It was just this fast, that Shiyu and the other 5 people floated down. They had just eaten the snake spirit grass and were feeling refreshed. Even their moods were extremely good. They raised their chi, lightened their bodies, and descended. But why did it seem like there was a person below? There was a person. Fuck. There was a person. The 6 people's eyes widened abruptly. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They saw that person holding the big shovel and shoveling it down 3 times in a row. Then, that strange fruit at the bottom, that ancestor snake had been guarding for thousands of years. Just like that, it disappeared along with the fruit tree and a large piece of land. Then, that person seemed to have jumped and disappeared as well. What the fuck? What the fuck? At this moment, the 6 people were dumbfounded. This time, they were really dumbfounded. To be honest, even if they had nightmares, they would never dream of such a strange thing. In the nest of the king of star beasts, at the bottom, the most precious thing that had been guarded for thousands of years was taken away by someone just like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Or did I see wrongly just now? Shiyu suddenly lowered her body and came to the edge of the pit in a flash. Venerable Snake and the other 4 people also followed and stood at the edge of the pit. He saw that this huge pit was in a very irregular shape. It could be seen how abrupt, how hurried, and how unexpected the change was. In the middle, the most precious. And also the most precious. Where was that tree? Where was that fruit? Where was it? It was really gone. At this moment, the 6 people were still in a state of confusion. But the 6 people looked at each other and the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. They exclaimed in unison, "Oh no! The treasure was gone." But at this moment, the 6 of them were standing at the edge of this pit. Standing at the scene of a crime. The 6 of them and the person just now had arrived at the left side of that strange fruit tree almost at the same time. If Ancestor Snake came back, what would it think? The consequences? Shiyu and the others did not even dare to think about it. They had just eaten the snake spirit grass and felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. Until now, their nerves were still high. But why did a big pot suddenly fall from the sky? It was directly placed on their heads. Let's go. At this moment, Shiyu's blood rushed to her head. At this moment, her mind was numb and she saw stars. She was already scared out of her wits. Subconsciously, this was the only word that came to her mind. Leave this troublesome place. This was the only thought in her mind. Catch the thief. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, is this the time to catch the thief? Now is the time to run for their lives. That Snake King. No matter how much of a Snake King it was still a snake in its bones. It would not be reasonable. Not to mention sentiments. The 6 of them turned around at the same time. Then the 6 of them felt cold all over because they saw a huge snake head hanging in midair at the entrance of the pit. It was sinking down. Two huge snake eyes shone down like searchlights. Its eyes were burning. The huge snake eyes saw the six of them at the edge of the pit. Then, it saw the pit. Pit. The Snake King was confused. But then, it saw the horrified faces of the six people and looked at the empty pit. At this moment, the Snake King's mind was blank. Its snake eyes were dazed for a moment. Oh heavens, oh earth. I have been guarding this place for a total of 3,600 years. 3,600 years. Now, you are telling me that the thing I have been guarding is a treasure that is only half a month away from being swallowed. Where did it go? Where did it go? Fuck you guys. A surging aura suddenly exploded like a nuclear bomb. The Snake King's anger rose to the extreme at this moment. It could explode the heaven and earth and shatter the universe. It was unknown how angry the Snake King was. The Snake King, who had never roared like that, had actually activated a new skill due to its extreme anger. It let out a roar similar to that of the Tiger King. It had learned a foreign language out of anger. Chapter 592. The Snake King was so angry that he was dumbfounded. At first, he felt that it was quite good. He had 6 subordinates to help him clean up, do some chores, and prepare food. This kind of life was quite comfortable. He went out comfortably. The sun was great today. He spat out his inner core and absorbed some sun energy. Comfortable. His body was so lazy from the sun that he wanted to sleep. It was too comfortable. These 6 human ants are really quite obedient. How about I give them 2 more snake spirit grass as a reward? It was quite good. But just when it was at its most comfortable, and the entire snake was feeling lazy, that he suddenly felt a little strange. What was strange about it? He was suspicious. He thought for a while. Fuck. Why was the aura of the snake's soul fruit gone? The snake formation that was soaring to the sky suddenly collapsed. It turned around and drilled into the hole anxiously. Its movement was extremely fast. It turned around and drilled into the hole, not even caring that its thick waist was twisted. It turned around and saw it. It saw a big hole. My baby, it's gone. Beside the hole, the 6 detestable humans who should have become my feces but were taken in by me. They were actually standing beside the hole. Fuck your grandmother. The Snake King exploded. His huge spiritual power shook the void. Where are the treasures? Down below, Shiyu and the other 5 brothers were at a loss. They didn't know how to respond or react. Where are the treasures? You ask me. Who should I ask? I wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Really, at this moment, I just want to know who the hell dug this big hole for me. You fucking chose the right time to do this. Too little. Even if we were outside and you came to steal it. When we were floating down, you took it away. Oh my God, what kind of black injustice is this? What kind of hole is this? It can bury a god. Facing the Snake King's questioning, the 6 of them were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. The Snake King's fury rose to another level, and it completely exploded. After another roar, its huge body swooped down without warning. It was crazy. In its huge eyes, the 6 ants below, the 6 snake slaves, the 6 stinky ants. They actually pulled out their weapons. Are they trying to kill me? Ungrateful bastard. Traitorous things. Despicable and shameless things. Despicable and dirty things. Shameless things. At this moment, the grievances in the Snake King's heart could not be washed away. I fed you, fed you, fed you, nourished you, and made you stronger. For so many years, I took care of you like I took care of my own sons. That is this how you repay me? You ate and drank from me, took my things, trained my skills, in the end. You stole my most important treasure, and now you want to kill me. The huge head of the snake was filled with madness and hatred. At this moment, there was no more room for buffering, no more chance to explain. You only had time to shout, "It wasn't us." But then, he said, "Let's fight." The Snake King, who could completely understand human language, was already charging down. When he heard that, he became even angrier. It wasn't you guys who did it, yet you still want to fight with me. What the fuck? The six of them drew their swords and sabers together. They used all their cultivation and rushed up with a roar. This was the real life and death situation. If they used less strength, they could be killed on the spot. They knew very well how powerful the Snake King was. Even if the six of them were not ants, they were not that strong in front of him. At this moment of life and death, they could only go all out and fight for a chance of survival. It was either life or death. Realizing this, the 5 venerable snakes gave it their all and risked their lives. However, at this moment, the absolute leader of the 6, Shiyu, suddenly paused for a moment. Just as he was rushing with all his might, he paused for a moment. With this pause, he fell to the back of the 6 and became the 5 venerable snakes who rushed up to meet the Snake King. The Snake King looked down from above. The 5 venerable snakes roared crazily. Their swords and sabers shone brilliantly at the same time. Saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed for hundreds of feet. "Boss, let's go!" One of the venerable snakes roared, and then subconsciously looked back. "What boss? Leave quickly." Boss has already left. Humans were always so strange. A moment ago, they were still shouting, "Boss, leave quickly." If the boss did not leave and stayed to die, everyone would cry, shout, and curse, "Why don't you leave? If you don't leave, what's the point of our sacrifice?" However, when you shouted, "Boss, leave quickly," the boss had already left. Then, everyone would feel a sense of betrayal and anger. "Fuck, we were fighting for you, but you really left. Where's your heart? Where's the brotherhood we agreed on?" However, they did not have time to think about all this. They did not even have time to curse. The 5 of them had already collided with the Snake King. The Snake King was furious and came down aggressively. Its power was so great that it was unstoppable. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 venerable snake swords and sabers all broke, but half of them pierced into the Snake King's body. After all, it was the combined power of the 5 of them. In addition, the Snake King was angry and did not have the heart to defend. Even though its skin was thick, it was still full of wounds and dripping with blood. However, the 5 of them only suffered more serious injuries. They were all sent flying backwards, blood spurting out of their mouths. The Snake King continued to press down. The 5 of them smiled bitterly. "Since we called you boss, we might as well fulfill your wish." A loud roar. The 5 of them, who were originally flying backwards, suddenly came to a stop. Then, they charged forward in unison. Then, there was a loud bang. The 5 of them knew that they were not going to survive. They self-destructed at the same time, using the last of their willpower to fulfill the brotherhood. This was the extreme self-destruction of 5 royal god experts. The power was boundless. Although there had been spirit-reigning cultivators who had lost their lives to the centipede queen's sharp claws, they had all put up a desperate struggle to survive, hoping to be rescued. They had been severely injured and poisoned, so their remaining strength was less than 100%. Even if they self-destructed, it would be meaningless. As for the 5 snake-revered masters, although they took the Snake King's attack with hatred, they were the ones who risked their lives first. They had used up all of their cultivation, so the injuries they suffered were limited. However, when they saw that their big brother Shiyu had disregarded their brotherhood and ran away on his own, they were all filled with the will to die. Therefore, they fused all of their true essence, chi, blood, life, and even their divine souls into this final self-detonation attack. If you don't leave, we will self-destruct to open the way for you and let you go. Because you are our big brother. We are willing to do it. If that is the case, even if we die with a smile. How comfortable and worth it would be to die. However, if you leave boss. We brothers wish you a smooth escape, and then be caught by your enemy. Then, you will live forever. It would be best if you are caught by Vice Principal Ching. Then, you will live forever. The entire cliff collapsed with a loud rumble as the 5 royal gods self-detonated. The Snake King, who bore the brunt of the impact, fell back from the impact. His body was full of holes, and a large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. The entire cliff was like a huge mountain, crashing down with a loud bang. The Snake King's huge body was sent tumbling by the sudden fall of the mountain. At this time, a figure rushed out like lightning, holding 2 big handfuls of snake spirit grass in his hands. Who else could it be but Shiyu? The Snake King, who was falling back, saw this scene and became even more furious. Traitor! In extreme anger and hatred, he ignored his injuries and used all of his strength to pull out his snake tail. The long snake tail drew a mysterious trajectory that could split heaven and earth as it chased after Shiyu. Shiyu's body flashed out of the cave, and he waved his hands to push away a few big rocks, trying to escape. However, the huge snake tail was already chasing after him. With a puff, the sword that Shiyu treasured like his life was thrown out of his hands. At the same time, he used all of his cultivation to push forward with all of his strength. This was a real fight. If he did not fight, he would lose his life. With a loud bang, the Snake King let out a sharp scream. The snake tail was first pierced by the long sword, and then it collided with Shiyu's head-on. It was an extreme collision of enormous strength. The poor Snake King was first hit by the extreme self-explosion of the 5 snake venerables, and his body was severely injured. Then, he was crushed by the huge mountain. He tried to pull out his tail to chase after the traitor, but he was hit by the traitor's sword and palm. A big hole was created in the snake tail, and it was penetrated from the front to the back. A huge amount of blood gushed out like a torrential flood. The Snake King roared and twisted his body. A mouthful of venom was also spat out like a mountain flood. On the opposite side, Shiyu was hit by the snake tail head-on. He was also not in a good condition. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His internal organs were ruptured, and his face was pale as paper. He was like a kite with a broken string, and he was sent flying more than 300 meters. With a bang, he crashed into an ironwood tree. With a shake, blood gushed out of his mouth like it was free. There were even pieces of his internal organs mixed in with the blood. Almost 60% of the bones in his body were broken by the snake tail. He struggled to get up and hurriedly pounced to one side. There was no other way. The Snake King's last mouthful of venom covered a wide area. Even Shiyu would not be able to withstand the venom that the Snake King had spat out using his vitality as the foundation. Especially when he was heavily injured. He pounced with all his might and rushed out 60 meters, finally avoiding the area covered by the venom. However, one of his ankles was still stained by the Snake King's venom. Chi. The muscles on his calf started to smoke, and a pale green color quickly spread to his upper body. Aw. Shiyu screamed, but he still took out a sword from his space ring. Without any hesitation, he chopped off his right leg from the base of his thigh. Chapter 593. Poof! With a flash of the sword, an entire leg was cut off from the thigh. This was the venomous snake bites the hand, warrior severs the wrist. However, Shiyu was even more thorough, directly cutting off the thigh. The entire leg that was cut off flew out. At first, it was still a little white, but almost instantly, it turned into a pale green color. Then, it sizzled with smoke, and finally, turned into a puddle of pus. Aw, aw, aw. Shiyu screamed miserably. With one hand on the ground and one leg on the ground, her entire body was like a toad with a broken limb. However, her speed was still extremely fast. As she jumped, she stopped the bleeding. In just a few breaths, she had actually jumped a few hundred meters. Shiyu understood very well. She was still far from escaping the trap. The opportunity in front of her was her last chance to escape. Once the Snake King crawled out of the landslide, he would be dead for sure if he couldn't escape far away and find a safe place to hide. There was no way he would be lucky. As for her injuries, fuck, how could she care about her injuries now? As she jumped, she stopped the bleeding. As she bled, she spat out blood, flesh, and internal organs. Yes, in another sense, she was multitasking. Speaking of which, until now, Shiyu still did not understand what was going on. The time was really too short. Everything happened so suddenly. Before she could understand anything, it had already happened. She really did not have time to react. She could only act passively and run all the way to the end, completely taking the blame for everything that happened. But what was going on? It seemed like she had jumped down and realized that the treasure was gone. Even the tree, the fruit, and the land were all gone. Then, the Snake King came back and started fighting. The 5 beasts self-destructed, the mountain collapsed, and then it was her turn to fight with the snake tail. Yes, she left the battle group to collect the snake's spirit grass. That was because she had no other choice. Besides, that was not the main point. Anyway, she was then sent flying, sprayed with venom, and now, she jumped more than 1,000 meters with one leg in one hand. Taking everything into account, it only took about half a minute from start to finish. The landslide over there was still not over yet. It would probably continue for a while longer. But the time left for her was definitely not much. And the 5 good brothers who had followed her for so many years. Now, their lives were really over. But why did all of this happen? Who the hell set me up? Who stole the snake's soul fruit? It was too unfair. I've been wronged. Shiyu felt that even if it was snowing in June, she still wouldn't be able to tell everyone about her grievances. On the other side, the mountain continued to rumble. The Snake King's furious roar continued, but its body was too huge. The entire mountain collapsed, and it was in the midst of the landslide when it was heavily injured and sent flying back. It was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. It was unrealistic. However, it was truly burning with impatience and could not wait any longer. The huge snake was so angry that blood was spurting out of its mouth. It was so angry that one of its fangs was broken. Despicable and shameless humans. I will never let you off. Shiyu had forgotten himself and was jumping up and down with all his might. He could clearly feel the pain in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. All the bones in his body were creaking, and the muscles on his body were falling off one after another. Even his consciousness was about to blur. The blood in his body had almost dried up because of his multiple injuries. However, he still didn't dare to stop. He didn't dare to stop at all. There was only a possibility of death now. However, if the Snake King chased after him, he would definitely die. A possibility and a certainty were 2 completely different concepts. He desperately jumped with one hand and one foot supporting himself. In one breath, he had jumped more than 20 miles away from the Snake King's lair. Shiyu's heart was finally slightly comforted. However, he still didn't dare to relax and continued to jump with all his might. Suddenly, he saw a pair of feet in front of him. A pair of feet covered in mud. A cold voice said, "How tired are you to jump like this? I'm doing a good deed. I'll bring you along." Shiyu was shocked when he heard this. He almost couldn't breathe. He raised his head and saw a person looking at him with a frosty face. There was an eye-catching scar on his face that split diagonally from the bridge of his nose. It clearly divided his face into two halves. Shiyu's breath was instantly released. He laughed bitterly. "So it's you, Vice Principal Ching. To die in your hands, to die in your scheme, we are not wronged." Vice Principal Ching snorted coldly. He was filled with extreme hatred as he said, "Die. Shiyu, do you think there's such a good thing in this world?" He grabbed Shiyu and slapped his dantian. Then, he picked him up with one hand and broke through the thick fog like lightning. He sped away. For Vice Principal Ching, everything in front of him was like a fantasy. However, this dream was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it was a little unreal. Even if Vice Principal Ching were to design it himself, he wouldn't dare to make it up like this. Today, Shiyu's cultivation was at the peak of the returning profound realm. The 5 snake venerables under him were all at the royal god realm. With such strength, if he faced them head-on, not only would he not be a match, he would also die without a doubt. He hid in the swamp and didn't dare to move. All he wanted was to find a chance to get out and spread the news. He couldn't die here for nothing. What he thought was so simple. That was all. However, things in the world were so mysterious. He watched as Shiyu and the other 5 walked back, chatting and laughing along the way as they entered the huge snake cave. Then, the strangest and most unbelievable things of his life happened one after another. First, the Snake King, who was lazily drying his inner core, suddenly turned back into the cave as if his butt was on fire. Then, there was a great shaking of heaven and earth, and the world was turned upside down. He clearly heard one of the 5 snake venerables yell, "Boss, run quickly." Then, there was an extremely loud explosion. Based on Vice Principal Chang's years of experience, such a big commotion couldn't be caused by a royal god's self-detonation. But what had happened? Could it be that all 5 snake venerables self-detonated? But what happened? Why did it have to be like this? Then, there was a landslide. Then, the Snake King's huge body flew out and the whole mountain crashed down. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on the giant snake. At this time, Shiyu flashed out. The Snake King fought back with all his might, his tail sweeping wildly. The Snake King and Shiyu collided violently. Shiyu was seriously injured and sent flying. Vice Principal Cheng saw all of this. He even heard the sound of Shiyu's bones breaking and the cracking of bones all over her body. Then, he saw a huge mouthful of venom thousands of meters away, which turned into a waterfall and came over. Shiyu acted like a poisonous snake, biting its hand and broke its leg. Moreover, it was cut off from the thigh. Vice Principal Ching couldn't help but sigh at the miracle of human life and resilience. In such an extreme situation, he jumped like a toad with one leg and went crazy for 20 to 30 miles. Although he didn't understand what was going on. But if he didn't take advantage of such an opportunity and didn't grasp it, Vice Principal Ching would have lived his life in vain. He made a prompt decision to rush out of the swamp and effortlessly capture Shiyu. This was double the truth. Vice Principal Ching had long given up the extravagant hope of capturing Shiyu with his own strength. He had already prepared to self-detonate and perish together with the other party. Even the most ideal result was to take away a few of them by self-detonation. With the current cultivation strength of these 6 people, it was impossible to take away all of them. But he had to take revenge. Even if he had to self-detonate, he had to vent his anger and end this blood feud. But now, not only were the other 5 murderers dead, he had also effortlessly captured the biggest culprit. It was as easy as running into the mountains and casually picking a mushroom. Jianghu. Jianghu is really mysterious. Vice Principal Ching took Shiyu away for less than 3 minutes. An earth-shaking roar filled the surroundings. The huge body of the star beast Snake King soared into the sky and rushed out of the Snake Valley like an aircraft carrier. It rushed out of the fog and crazily rushed towards the densest area of the crowd. Die, 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 die. The Snake King's mental power shook the void, causing the sky to change color. The clouds in the sky gathered crazily and lightning was summoned by the Snake King. Boom, 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 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Outside, countless bounty hunters were running around like headless flies. The people of Hidden Dragon High School occupied the highest mountain peak. Everyone was tense and alert, paying close attention to all the movements around them. Although there were occasional quarrels, it was not important and did not affect the overall situation. Only the occasional tiger roar from the other side intimidated everyone. There were also a few angry roars from the Centipede Queen. Give me back my playmate. All in all, the overall situation was still relatively stable and peaceful. Other than the 2 groups of people suddenly fighting and ending the battle quickly, there were no other extreme incidents. Only the shadows of people were still flying back and forth in the forest like lightning. But these movements were destined to be futile. Suo Duo was not near at all, how could he discover anything? Moreover, everyone knew in their hearts that before Suo Duo appeared, even if there was chaos, it would not be too chaotic. But, at this moment, from the direction of the Snake Valley, which had been relatively peaceful and also relatively far away, there was suddenly an earth-shattering loud noise. Everyone was an expert in cultivation. How could they not know that this was obviously a crazy self-detonation? And it was not the self-detonation of an ordinary expert. An ordinary person would not be able to achieve such an effect. A powerful self-detonation that could cause a landslide, how could an ordinary cultivator do that? Then, the furious roar of the Snake King resounded through the sky. Chapter 594. On the mountain top, Yi Chongqing and the others suddenly stood up. Their faces were solemn. They instinctively felt that the commotion had something to do with Suo Duo again. But what did this kid do? How could he cause such a big commotion? Yi Chongqing was full of worry as he looked at the slowly rising mushroom cloud. What was going on? At this moment, in the thick fog ahead, a figure suddenly broke through the clouds. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He did not stop at all and went straight to the highest mountain peak. And in his hand, there was a person. Yi Chongqing recognized the person at a glance. He could not help but be overjoyed. Brother Cheng. Who is that in your hand? He thought that Vice Principal Ching had brought Suo Duo out. He was about to go forward to cover them when he suddenly realized that it was not Suo Duo. Who was this? Why did Vice Principal Ching bring him out? Also, that person seemed to be too pitiful. He was almost half a person. His entire thigh was gone. Ha ha ha. My great enemy has been caught today. Vice Principal Ching laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. He flew over like a rainbow and rushed directly to the mountain top. However, the moment he rushed to the top, he said something in a low voice. Go. Go. Come with me. Snake King has gone crazy. He will be here in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, he carried Shiyu from the other side and jumped down. He took the lead and left. Yi Changqing laughed. This is great. After so many years of resentment, I finally got my revenge. Go go go, let's go and watch. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone from Hidden Dragon High School and flew down together. As old partners for thousands of years, their cooperation was so good that it made one gasp in amazement. Or rather, it made one's hair stand on end. There was not a trace of stagnation or any other disharmony. Our own people can leave, but those bastards can't. If they leave, who will Snake King fight with? Therefore, not only do we have to leave, but we also have to keep these people in check and not let them leave. As a result, the members of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School all disappeared and left. They left behind the people of Jianghu who were confused and did not know what to do. Why did I see that the person who just came was carrying someone? Could it be Sua Xiaoduo? Idiot, the person who just came is Vice Principal Ching of Hidden Dragon High School. The scar on his face is so obvious. The person he is carrying a person was seriously injured and even lost a leg. But it is definitely not Sua Xiaoduo because that person's aura is weak. That is a sign that his cultivation has been crippled. So, the enemy. At least, it is not Sua Xiaoduo. Since you are so analytical, why don't you analyze what is going on? Why is there a landslide over there? What is happening? What enemy? Had he taken his revenge? What was all this about? Is that class representative coming out to explain again? Shadows swayed. Dozens of people crossed the void and arrived at the highest mountain in an instant. It was the mountain where Hidden Dragon High School was just a moment ago. They frowned. What is going on? Something big must have happened. But there was no need to guess anymore. Because the truth had already appeared. A fishy wind suddenly filled the air. Everyone felt the sky turn dark. When they looked up, they were all shocked. In the sky not far away, a long worm the size of an aircraft carrier suddenly appeared. Snake King. Snake King actually came out of the Snake Valley and came over. That huge body seemed to cover the sky. Poisonous fog was flowing all over its body and it was even spurting blood. As Snake King came out, the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered. Roar! Everyone stared with their eyes wide open and their whole body trembled. Damn it! We have heard of tigers and lions roaring like that, but when did we hear of a snake roaring like that? What exactly happened that stimulated Snake King to learn a foreign language? At this moment, there was no time to be surprised. Running away was the most important thing. In an instant, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. All of them were cursing Hidden Dragon High School in their hearts. Too evil. This bunch of old bastards. You should have said something. Damn it, you only cared about running for your life. You actually said a few words to stabilize us here. In the end, there was such a big guy behind us that it was obvious that you wanted to drag us into the water and feed us to the snake first. This bunch of bastards, each and every one of you is evil. But the Snake King, who was unable to restrain its anger, had already reached the point where it could not differentiate between right and wrong. As long as it was a human, it was its enemy and its target. After another roar, it swayed its head and swung its tail, swooping down. With a casual spit of its mouth, the entire area was filled with poisonous rain. A series of screams rang out continuously. Following that, crackling sounds could be heard. Thunder and lightning fell from the clouds and smashed into the forest. Hundreds of bounty hunters had been turned into charcoal in just this one batch. Snake King furiously chased after them. As long as it was a human, it would not let a single one of them go. Give me back my treasure. Give me back my treasure, you bunch of dead two-legged beasts. All of you die, Its huge body clashed crazily in the forest, circling back and forth. In an instant, the entire area was turned into a mess. Even if it was a forest that was continuously hit by meteorites, at this moment, the degree of devastation was several times, tens of times, hundreds of times more than before. Countless experts hated that they did not have two more legs at this moment. They were unable to escape faster. Even the experts who thought that they had the strength to deal with this Snake King were retreating far away at this moment to avoid its sharp edge. This snake was obviously crazy. A good person would not get angry with a cow, let alone a huge snake whose mind was in a mess. But everyone was puzzled. What was wrong with this snake? Why was it so agitated? It was as if its wife had been slept with. Snake King roared crazily and attacked. Thunder and lightning struck as it madly chased after them. It rushed in the direction with the most people. In an instant, the entire area became a no-man's land. The huge Snake King was unwilling to give up. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Tiger King's territory. Roar. 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 Tiger King panicked when he saw this and roared repeatedly to stop it. What the fuck? What's wrong with me? Why are you rushing toward me? Normally, we don't interfere with each other's business. I'm not afraid of you. Snake King seemed to have sobered up a little. When it realized that this was already Tiger King's territory, it made a turn and rushed out from the side, continuing to chase after all the humans within its sight. These damn two-legged beasts, they're all dead, the rumbling outside gradually stopped. Duo crawled out from the bottom of Snake King's nest in fear. Oh my god, what's going on? What happened after that? This is simply a scene of devastation. Didn't I just steal a tree from you? Is there a need for this? How can the scene be so big? Oh my god. Its temper is so fucking explosive. As Duo crawled out, his spatial ring was filled with a few hundred brightly colored snakes. These were naturally the snakes that were originally on the walls of the cave. Xiao, who was still in a daze due to landslide, charged the dragon blood-flying dagger with energy. Of course, there were many complete snakes with beautiful skin. They were all packed up by Duo. These were all money, how could he waste it? In life, wasting is the biggest sin. Xiao was that at the start of the explosion, Duo, who was in the Void Extermination Tower, was swaying left and right, unable to control himself. Duo couldn't help but worry that the Void Extermination Pagoda would be shattered. Fortunately, he had hidden it well enough. Moreover, the battle between Snake King and Shiyu and the other five happened in mid-air. Snake King rushed down, while Shiyu rushed up. Naturally, they were above the extreme of the ground. As everyone knew, the power of the explosion went up. Duo was really lucky. The Tower of Annihilation was still safe and sound. After a long while after the explosion, Duo trembled and carefully climbed up. Under the search of Xiaolong, he found a spatial ring that was not destroyed. Of course, he kept it with a clear conscience, but still felt a little regretful. 5 people exploded together. How could only one ring be left? Why not all of them? At least 3 or 4 rings should be left. Duo's heart was filled with regret. He quietly crawled out of the rubble and looked around. Well, the result was quite good. The entire Snake Valley could be said to have been destroyed. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. After being informed by Xiaolong, Duo certainly knew what had happened. However, he was clueless about the identities of the 6 people. I don't know who they are. Sigh, but they must be seniors of the Jianghu. How could I bear to cheat them like this? Sua Xiao Duo felt very guilty. Long, I am sorry for what I did to these seniors. Look around again and see if there are any spatial rings left by them. I will help them keep them. If there is an opportunity, I will do good for them and help the poor, such as the students of the Hidden Dragon High School. Xiao Long was speechless. He had reached his limit. You are thinking too much. Being able to keep one spatial ring after such a self-destruction of a reigning spirit is already a great fortune, and you actually want more. There is no more, there will never be more. Sua Xiao Duo hung the void stone in front of his chest and searched around the Snake Valley. Then, he left this place. At this moment, even here, he could still hear the sound of Snake King fighting outside. That madness, that grief, that it made Master Suo want to cry tears of sympathy. He could not help but want to go and comfort him. After all, he is a monster king. How can no one cooperate with him? He will fight in the front and I will follow behind to help him keep the spatial rings and other trophies. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.